Are we ready to begin?
We are ready. Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the
Recording
Petaluma City
in progress.
Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, June 3rd, 2024. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Yes. Barnacle, absent. Cater Thompson? Here. Healy?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Posake?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Thank you. We have closed session tonight, and I'd like to invite our city attorney to announce the closed session for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be happy to do that. The council will confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision A. The case is Melissa Lawrence versus City of Petaluma, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case WCAB ADJ 139-46642, claim number 573186. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I'd like to open up a public comment period on just this, the closed session items. The public is invited to make comments on the closed session item. Public comments are limited to 3 people. And I'd like to ask the clerk if we've received any emails ahead of time on this.
We did not receive any public comments on this item.
Thank you. And as I see no one in the room and we have no cards submitted, the public comment period is closed for this matter. And now we will adjourn to the closed session, and we will return to the regular session of tonight's meeting at 6:30 or at the conclusion of the closed session, whichever comes later. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're back.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, so with that, good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, June 3rd, 2024. If you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card, which are located at the back of the chamber, and bring it to our city clerk. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate in Spanish.
Thank you and good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mónica y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación María. Estamos aquí hoy como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y a continuación elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. Thank you. We're ready.
And thank you. May we have our roll call for the evening, please?
Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Hosake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In a moment of silence, please. Thank you. On tonight's agenda, we review first agenda changes, deletions to the current agenda as posted. And looking up and down the dais, I don't see any hands waving, but I do have one I'd like to make for staff's benefit, basically. Is we'd like to move item 17, which is our budget item, up to follow the consent calendar. I believe we really gave it the once-over at our last meeting, the workshop. We've had time to see the staff response to get us to a final budget. And does that meet with agreement from the council? Okay, wonderful. Then let the record show and let the agenda show that we'll be moving the budget item number 17 to follow the consent calendar. And tonight we had a closed session, and I'd like to invite our city attorney to announce the outcome of that closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no action to report tonight, but I'd also like to note for the record that Councilmember Barnacle joined us during the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's move on to one of the fun things the City Council gets to do. We get to offer proclamations in our community. And tonight, we have a proclamation for Pride Month and LGBTQ community. I'd like to invite Hanan Hunady to the podium. She is the founder and board president of Petaluma Pride. And I'd like to ask the vice mayor to read the proclamation, so that I may be able to present it to Hanan.
And you'll have a couple minutes afterwards if you want to say something, but come to the podium, if you like. Yeah. Okay, the city of Petaluma has a proclamation for Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas the mayor and honorable members of the Petaluma City Council, the governing body of Petaluma, California, do hereby unite in solidarity and common purpose to recognize, honor, and celebrate the diversity, shared humanity, and civil rights of our entire community and all its residents. And whereas each of us were born into the world the way we are, and should be able to live without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, or hatred based on our race, ethnicity, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation. And whereas the Petaluma community includes people of all ages and races who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, LGBTQIA+, and each of us should have the same unalienable equal rights, benefits, and responsibilities that are shared and enjoyed by each of us. And whereas embracing and celebrating our individual identities and commonalities as humans helps to further bring everyone together and brings the development of our society. And whereas the history of the world has shown that continued human progress and the success of society and civilization has been built on a foundation of inclusiveness and acceptance. And whereas embracing our differences helps to fulfill the principles and creed written into the founding documents of our great nation, and that our individual destinies and that of our families and communities include not only the aspiration of our federal constitutional republic, but the support and success of all our citizens in really realizing the fulfillment of its promise. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the entire Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as Pride Month and bring the attention of all our residents that we may join together in honoring our diversity and our community. And thank you for being here. And please take a couple minutes to say what you like.
We would like to thank the city of Petaluma for this proclamation and acknowledging our rights for safety and freedom to be who we are, who we were born. It is certainly not a choice, though some people would still very much like for society to believe that to be true. We were born with our skin color. We were born in our family of origins with various cultures and various regions, and we were most certainly born gay, lesbian, bisexual, pansexual, transsexual, and anything else on that spectrum. We can't choose who we are, but it is so important that our youth feel safe in this community, and that is why we started Petaluma Pride. I think I'm speaking for probably everyone standing here when I say that if I knew it was okay to be who I am when I was in high school, my life would look very different. My choices would have been very different. My love for myself and my self-acceptance would have been vastly different. It is all of our responsibility to ensure that every young person in this society feels safe here, and not just safe. That's the bare minimum. That they feel celebrated, that they feel reflected, that they feel important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here tonight. Moving to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. Let's see, I'd like to ask the city clerk if we received any comments on general comment.
We received 3, and they're all posted online.
3 emails, wonderful. And I'd like you to go ahead with the timer and messaging.
Absolutely. I'm going to start the 30-second clock. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. At this time, we'll start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation, and a countdown will appear for the convenience of the speakers and the viewers.
Thank you very much for that intro. I have 4 cards in our collection tonight to speak, and that allows 3 minutes each for each person. And I'd like to invite Catherine Babowski to speak first, followed by Julia Norton.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mobile Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway Space 31. The on-site manager park at the Cellar Cruise. I allowed a neighbor of mine to park in my driveway, not on the street, not on the fire lane, and she's given me a 7-day notice. But her family and the Cellar Cruise is illegally parking on the fire lanes, double parking on the fire lanes, all mornings, afternoons, evenings, weekends, and holidays, and parking where it says no parking, not obeying the state California dog leash laws. I got pictures to prove it. And yesterday I had a friend that drove me home. He caught the manager, her family, illegally parked on the fire lane. On the fire lane. All morning, afternoon, evening. And she's in violation. And she's also illegal trespassing too. And then she has another family member that's space 11 who had parked 2 vehicles in his driveway. He doesn't have one single vehicle parked in his driveway. He's parking against my place, which is not a legal parking area. This manager, the Cellar Cruise, and the owner's Harmony is in violation.
Thank you. Julia Norton, to be followed by Sandra Shan.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Julia Norton. I live on Dover Lane. It's a lane of about 8 houses across from Kenilworth Junior High. And the residents of Dover Lane and the neighbors nearby signed a petition and asked me to present it to the City Council. So it's kind of just a couple paragraphs. I'm going to read it, and then I can leave it with the clerk. My glasses on here. Petition request for painting of the new bus shelter at Kenilworth Junior High. Dear Petaluma City Council members, we, the residents and neighbors of Dover Lane, were surprised to see 2 neon blue colored bus shelters installed across the street from our houses at Kenilworth Junior High. We were not notified in advance to allow us to share any feedback or input. Therefore, we are now respectively requesting a modification to help mitigate the effect on our views and quality of life. We enjoy living in a green neighborhood with farms, vineyards, and ag space abutting the school. We value the trees and the green space at the school. Neon blue colored bus shelters seem more appropriate for a transit center or commercial area. The bus route and the stop at Kenilworth operates solely for the students. It's only at times when school is in, so for instance, all summer long, it wouldn't be used. The bus, our neighborhood is part of a planned community, homeowner community, and we're under guidelines, for instance, that we can't paint our house a color like a bright neon blue color. We note that just a few blocks away on Riesling Road, the bus shelters are a muted green color, more natural color. So we would like to see a similar color for the bus shelters at Kenilworth. We appreciate your support for our request to paint the bus shelters. And since the signatures, a couple of the neighbors noticed that at Casa Grande, right about the same time, they did install also 2 bus shelters, new ones at Casa Grande in the east side, and those are green. So we're really, we're kind of excited to see that, hoping that we could just have ours a green color. And I've got 12 signatures, so I'll leave this with the clerk. But I guess in closing, just want to mention, we know that the City Council is very busy. You've got critical issues, real city decisions to make. So we hope you find this as a minor issue with an easy solution for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Shan, to be followed by Nicola Fry.
Thank you. I'm here to represent the Appleseed Monthly Meeting, a local Quaker group, and affirmed by our clerk, DJ Bloom. The members of Appleseed Monthly Meeting of the Religious Society of Friends grieve deeply the violence in Israel and the Palestinian territory, the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, of anti-Jewish, anti-Arab rhetoric, as well as other forms of xenophobia in our community, our country, and around the world, is in direct contradiction to something central not only to our Quaker faith, but to faith communities around the world, that there is that of God in everyone. The violence in Gaza and the West Bank has already claimed the lives of too many Israelis and too many Palestinians, and the majority of the victims are mothers and children. Millions of lives are at risk if violence continues. We add our collective voice to others, both faith communities and secular organizations across the world, who call for an end to the violence. We call on all parties to be in accord with international humanitarian law. We ask for an immediate ceasefire by all parties and through diplomacy, a permanent, just solution to the conflict, an end to all acts of terrorism and violence, unconditional release of all hostages and prisoners, unrestricted delivery of humanitarian assistance, and restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies. We call on our government and our elected officials to do everything in their power to help achieve these ends. And this was sent to all the local, state, and national government officials that we consider we are constituents of. So I've given a full copy to the clerk for you to receive in writing, since I had to abridge a little bit to fit in. I want myself to say to Council Member Posake, we in the peace community have so little time to speak here. We often fail to acknowledge your principled stand for peace and human rights for all people. We are very aware of your courage, steadfastness, and compassion, especially when we believe there is much political pressure being applied to members of this council. No one here is a supporter of Hamas. We are puzzled how peace, compassion, diplomacy, and the desire to see all hostages, prisoners, safely returned to their families became, in some people's minds, anti-Semitic. But please know that we very much appreciate your presence on this council and your principled stand for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola Fry will be our last speaker of the evening. Oh, I'm sorry. We've got one more speaker after Nicola. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nicola Fry, and I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. Tonight, I have a couple things I'd like to comment on, and one is personal. My Facebook page is hacked, and I appeared on a variety of different places where I didn't do it. It was because there was a data breach at Kaiser. I thought I changed all my passwords, but obviously I forgot the one on Facebook. So if you see me saying something weird, or I appear on somebody's Facebook page that would not necessarily be me, it was because I got hacked. It's the first time in my entire life I've ever been hacked. So what I came to talk about is I hope that each of you had the opportunity to look at the Petaluma Senior Center's June newsletter. Each month, there are many opportunities for seniors to participate in a variety of different and fun activities at the senior. If you have the time, we would love it if you would stop in for a tour or a visit and see what is happening and meet some of the many seniors who visit there every day. Number two, it's my hope that anyone watching this meeting and here in the chamber seriously considers applying for one of the open positions on Petaluma's many commissions, committees, and boards. Being a member of one of the CCBs allows residents to take part in discussions, make recommendations about projects and issues that affect our city. Each resident is afforded this opportunity to actually have their voices heard. As an example, the Senior Advisory Committee represents 1/3 of the population of Petaluma. We provide advice about issues that affect seniors, and we work closely on the programs and activities that take place at the Senior Center. In addition, we are currently proposing and working with the Parks and Recreation Department designing an outdoor exercise facility for Lucchese and hopefully for other Petaluma parks. So don't pass up this important opportunity to actually get involved in what is happening in Petaluma. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Michael Sessi.
First of all, I apologize for being late. So you're kind of taking me out of sequence here. This is something very local. So Friday night, I went down to the Blockhouse, and you guys set the rules, to listen to my friend's high school band. They were playing just for an everyday event. And the end result is I received a $600 parking ticket. So you guys are responsible for this because I went down and I didn't see any signage in the parking lot in front of the Block Petaluma. I thought my truck was stolen. And I sat there in the parking lot at 10 o'clock. No, I didn't have anything to drink. And I looked around for any signs that say anything that I wasn't supposed to be there. So the end result is I take a cab down, I take a cab home, come back Saturday morning, pick up my truck, pay the $600 fine, and life continues. So my request is when the police department receives a tow, because they're the ones that are notified, because the end result is after I canceled my credit cards, I called them. And they said, oh, yeah, your truck was towed. All right, where's it at? When the police department receives a tow, it needs to go someplace. And the end result is while the police are going around just doing their normal checks, I'm not asking anything special, is they look at the signage of where it was. And they just check in a box. Yes, no. Is there enough signs to say $600? I asked the guy, how many tows you do today? He goes, we did 10. That's $6,000. That's just for one night in Petaluma. And you guys get a cut of all of it. Believe me, I was thinking conspiracy theory because actually it does fit. It does fit. So I'm just asking you guys, $600 is a lot of money. I don't know who sets the rate, but you do in charge of the signage. So when the police get a report, they go down, they just drive around and say, oh, there should be more signs here. If anything, say, you're going to get towed at $600 minimum. And that's my request. I have some pictures here if you guys want them. I don't know. So I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the gentleman a question.
So I'm going to go to Councilmember Healy first, if you'd like to make.
Yeah. Can you tell us, sir, if you were parked in the public street or in the private parking lot in front of the...
I was in the private parking lot. Ended up being AutoZone.
Right, and I believe that the city didn't have anything to do with that. I'll ask staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just say, we have some property owners who are very aggressive about contracting with private towing companies and engage in this kind of predatory behavior, but I don't believe the city has any involvement in that, and I would ask the assistant city manager to weigh in on
You
that.
guys are in charge of signs.
Yeah, I can confirm that. The city would not be towing from private property unless there's some extremely extenuating circumstance. There are, as the council member noted.
And with that, I'm going to say that we get back to our public comment experience, which is in public comment, you're entitled to make the public comment. The council takes things under advisement, right? But it is not a dialogue. My advice is submit this as an email, either to city manager's office or to council, myself, and that becomes more of a opportunity to dialogue about this rather than this moment, public comment period.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your time this evening.
Okay.
And we'll move now.
All right, thank you.
We will now move to our council comment moment. And we asked the public to hold us 3 minutes on comments, and we asked council to hold to 3 minutes on comment. And sometimes we get perhaps a little lax about that ourselves, and we do have a clock that we can see on our side of these computers, so we'll self-monitor here. And the council comments is a chance to bring up activities of our liaison assignments as a council person or other important council topics, but they need to be brief and concise. And so we're going to set the clock tonight. 3 minutes. And I'd like to start tonight with our Vice Mayor, John Shribs.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't a lot of decision-making going on, but there's lots of activities. The Cool Petaluma had their expo, and I think just about all of us participated in that, showing off what we can do down in the future for climate change. There was a skate park meeting that was very successful, presented of the new plans, and so the citizens were there. So that went off really well. There was a climate roundtable, again sponsored by Cool Petaluma, and we had like 30 people show up on that from all over town to discuss what can be done about climate change. There's was also an open space roundtable I participated in, helping out the GPAC process of coming up with our frameworks. And the last one I attended was a Petaluma Wetlands Alliance picnic, which is their annual event that they do. And they sort of like talk about what they've done this last year. And Petaluma Wetlands Alliance has brought back the education program, did 17 schools. They're still doing all the bird research and surveys and taking care of all the bird boxes in the Petaluma Wetlands, public wetlands, Ellis Creek and Almond Marsh, as well as Schollenberger Park. And we also do a lot of maintenance over there at Schollenberger Park and Almond Marsh. So that was all was reported at the PWA picnic, which was just yesterday. So and with that, also just coming back on the predatory towing, I have been contacted by several folks. I have talked to a couple of folks here in the staff and also the police department, and I've made my own complaints about that, and I will be following up more on that. I'm going to be hammering on that this year myself. It's not right what they're doing, and we need to find a resolution about it all. So I will be working on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I don't really have a lot to say, except with the Planning Commission, we are going over all the frameworks. Last week, we went over, I believe, utilities, transportation, and land use. And then there was a meeting that I attended on the natural resources. And it wasn't a formal meeting, but it was a meeting that community members were invited to. And it was not productive because it was more of a session of slamming the city during, a whole 2 hours, which doesn't make any sense at all. We're trying to actually understand natural resources. What do you want? What's your input? And it just went into even the M group. And I just want to talk about the M group. The M group is contracted with the city of Petaluma. I was at a funeral this last Saturday, and the woman sitting in back of me happened to work in Petaluma in the 1990s, and she was a contract planner. So contract planning is not new to Petaluma. And the whole slamming of the M group is almost like petulant children, not getting their own way and wanting to make sure that they damage somebody. And this is getting to the point of actually damaging people personally. And I really hope that people that continue to do that really reflect inside, and instead of just constant slam, we want to be part of the process, because we had a whole 2-hour meeting that was useless. And I sat through the whole meeting just because I wanted to see what was happening. And this is how government, the downfall of government is, when people don't trust what's going on. And so I think that's all I really want to say.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm going to not make any comments. Thank you.
So you're ceding your 3 minutes to me. I appreciate it. No. I should come down the other end to Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't see my timer. Should I be able to see it?
Apologies. I can have our AV if they can
No
add
problem.
the.
I'm not going to take 3 minutes. The Homeless Coalition, of which I'm a member, is working to rank programs in terms of getting renewals of HUD, that's Federal Housing and Urban Development money, And so that's what we're working on right now. In addition to that, we're going to get the preliminary results of the PIT count, which is a point-in-time count of homelessness in the county and our city. Not all the data, but at least the preliminary numbers within the next 2 weeks, if anyone's waiting on that. Let me also, I had a good time marching in the Pride Parade up in Santa Rosa on Saturday, and I have to mention that I'm in complete agreement with the Quaker resolution that was read, and that well, let's just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Cool Petaluma event at the fairgrounds as well, and my mom was there with her observation beehive and with the 4-H kids educating people on the importance of bees and pollinators. Petaluma Little League is winding down their season with the playoffs, so I'm spending a lot of time at Lucchese Ball Field. Good luck to all the players, but there's lots of need in that park and in the parking lot, as it gets a lot of visits during baseball season and soccer season. Our very own Petaluma Visitors Program won top honors for its visitors program at Downtown Association by the Sonoma County Tourism Bureau. The Front House Award went to our very own Liam Richardson from Torches Restaurant. Congratulations to Liam for not only winning, but for overcoming his special needs with Down syndrome, and to Torches Restaurant for his employment. Coming up in July, downtown is Petaluma's Art and Garden Festival on July 14th. They need volunteers. So if you'd like to give back to your community, find out how you can volunteer that day. They need everything from daily cleanup to event ticket sales. I was pleased to see so many people at Saturday's ribbon cutting at Leghorn Baseball Field. Over 2 decades to build and construct this wonderful asset to our community. But we still need to complete it with revenue for grandstands and restrooms. We said a sad goodbye to our own Petaluma Pete yesterday, and our community will miss him immensely, especially the downtown music on our evening serenades on the corner. Don't miss the Petaluma Airport's display day on Saturday, June 15th from 10 to 3. The Petaluma Area Pilots Association and our own airport committee, which I am the liaison, will have a pancake breakfast along with numerous educational and fun aircraft activities planned for the whole family, plus automobiles like Corvettes to see. You can eat lunch under the wing of one of the FedEx planes, talk to the pilots, learn how first responders protect us. Thank you to the Petaluma Police, Fire, and Hospital staff for participating in this day too. Do you know someone who wants to fly for the first time? The Eagles flights that day for 18 years and over will be available. Civil Air Patrol is a wonderful group of kids, 12 years and older, who love aviation. And congratulations to all our local high school graduates, many whom were in my class as preschoolers, so I'm feeling rather old. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
So I don't have any liaison reports, but I'll just mention 2 things. First, let's see. As Nicola Fry, my Facebook page has apparently been hacked as well. So if you see anything that's weirder than usual coming from me, I've forgotten my password years ago, so it's definitely not me. So I don't know. Secondly, more substantively, I'm not bringing this up under the tentative agenda item because I don't want to see it put on the next agenda, but I would like to see at one of our meetings in July, the council have the opportunity to support a resolution opposing countywide Measure J, which is the factory farming initiative, which would have a devastating effect on our town and our surrounding countryside. So I'd be happy to work with staff on that if you'd like, but let's do that in July. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great topic to bring up. Much appreciated. Very impactful on our county. For myself, so many of the meetings we go to, so many of the council are all at. And it's kind of interesting that way. At the Cool Petaluma Expo at the fairgrounds was a great new use of the fairgrounds. Really glad the staff stepped up to help get new uses onto that property. But at St. John's, there was a discussion group on transportation hosted by Cool Petaluma. And you find at those meetings, when council's all in the room at the same time, we're very guarded about what we can actually say and contribute to the meeting like that. So if you don't see us jumping up, which we always do here, it's because we have to be a little guarded at those meetings. In Measure O, which I sit on the Oversight Committee, I believe there's staff has just received confirmation that we'll have Safe Team funding from them into the new year, which is a real win for the city and the city's budget later on the agenda tonight. I had the opportunity to attend Petaluma High School's Peace Pole installation. I'm very grateful to Vietnam vets that were there. It's the third or fourth that they've done in Petaluma, but they intend to get to every school. And so it's really a great program. The ribbon cutting at the baseball fields out there at Petaluma Community Sports Fields was well attended. We were able to honor some of those who were in there at the beginning 20 years ago with me, and then it got all the way to having a new diamond, a full-size diamond, a thing that we didn't have in our community for our youth. I attended the Caulfield Bridge neighborhood meeting, and it's very interesting to see what the most directly impacted people feel about a meeting. Staff, I think, performed wonderfully at taking that input from people and being able to turn it to a better project for us. I also attended Amor por Todos' celebration and fundraiser, and I bring that up in light of Pride Month. And I just have to say that with their mission being to join schools and communities in innovative intersectional approach to cultivating more gender and LGBT affirming environments for our youth, that hits right hard on the mission that we saw from our Pride representatives tonight. And let's see here. And I just want to also note that our Petaluma Fire Department got national recognition for their CARES program, and it's always fun to see our local people get news in the national press. And so with that, I'll move to our next item, which would be our city manager's report in. Standing in for our city managers, or assistant city manager, Brian Cochran. Please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Just two items today. I just wanted to first reiterate the call for our community members who are interested to please apply to be on our committees, commissions, and boards. Those applications close June 6th. We welcome anybody with a diverse range of experience to sit on one of those committees. And you can download the application at cityofpetaluma.org/ccbs. And then secondly, wanted to flag for the council and community that very shortly as this week perhaps, we will be releasing the first episode of our One Petaluma podcast. So would love to folks to go check that out. The first episode will be on our communications program and how people can communicate with our city and how we are trying to communicate with them. But we plan to have about one episode per month with a variety of topics like homelessness, safe streets, our emergency management program, etc. So hopefully you'll see that either in this week's weekly update with a link or the following one. So excited to roll that program out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our consent calendar. And it has 14 items tonight. And I'm looking up and down the dais for anyone who has wants to lift an item for separate vote. No. Or who has a question or comment for staff before we move to public comment. And I have just the one idea. We have in here our landscape assessment districts. And that I'd just like to ask staff there. That's just more of a kickoff, right? And it's not the last word in what's going to happen with the landscape assessment district in this year's budget, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. This is the first agenda item, which will kick off the preparation of the engineers' reports, and we'll be back in early August with the final item to approve those assessments for the upcoming tax rolls.
Which, from public feedback, sounds like we need to up the level of landscaping or maintenance on some of the areas. So I'm excited to have this item on this grouping tonight. And I'd like to open the public comment period on this item. And may I ask the clerk, have we had emails?
We did receive 2 comments on item number 10. And members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. And the timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
Looks like we will have a speaker tonight. And I'd like to invite Bryant Moynihan to come to the dais, and the clock shall be set at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I was encouraging you as a council to pull from the consent calendar items 4, 11, and 12, and give them a little more consideration before you vote on them. Item 4 deals with revenue bonds. It's a report that indicates that $19,125,000 for street improvements. Those bonds were put out over a 30-year term, and I'm questioning why so low of an amount. As I understand it, your Measure U funds are bringing in about $16 million a year in sales tax revenues. You could bond 10 times that amount without a problem and put them back into the streets today, and that is a concern. It kind of indicates that those funds are not being leveraged properly and the street improvements are being neglected. Item 11 deals with buying office furniture or panels for 1318 Redwood Way. And I'm disturbed you guys are leasing additional offices up in Redwood Business Park. That's a nice building, but it's already got plenty of office partitions in it, and I'm sure they give them to you if you ask. They're like, pennies on the dollar to buy used, and some people pay to get rid of them, actually. So I don't know why you'd be spending city funds on something like that. And I question, CIP administration is mainly deed administration, and you contract out for a lot of things. Traditionally, staff has always been able to work from their desks to do those type of projects. Leasing vacant office space in this current market is just unnecessary. A lot of us are now working remotely, more so than ever. Item 12, it's increasing the city's minimum wage. And I'd just like you to have a discussion at the dais and discuss about the impact that'll have on local businesses. It just seems to be heavy to me. I had a couple of other thoughts. There was an ad in the Argus that was dealing with hiring a new position. It's apparently an attorney is preferred to ensure compliance with local and state laws by applying a monetary penalty for ongoing violations. And so we're going to have someone coming in, as I understand, hired in addition to the staff you have already, to go after individuals for violations. And I don't know if this is the sidewalk ordinance you're talking about or parking infractions or what, but it seems to me that that's not going to gender a lot of good feelings among the community, and you may want to consider holding off on doing that. So thank you. And I appreciate the clerk including my letter to you regarding the budget matters and considering a position control report before adopting your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker on the consent calendar. That is Jacob Garna. Gamba.
Anyways, I wasn't really prepared to speak, but I just wanted to, he mentioned something about the minimum wage and just something to consider as well as I've been in the restaurant industry for a long time, and as the minimum wage goes up, I understand that it's really important to provide a living wage, and even the proposed living wage isn't even enough to live in Petaluma. Coming from a different standpoint, though, as tipped employees, being a server myself for years and then also a business owner now, I still have the same stance on it, even when I was serving tables as well, is that I don't think that if you're making tips like that, you should be making that much money. Minimum wage, I understand someone that doesn't make tips, someone that works at a gas station or somewhere else. I don't feel that tipped employees should make $21, $24 an hour. And as a small business owner, I can't help contribute to medical as much as I would like to. I wish I could pay everybody $30 an hour, $40 an hour, but unfortunately that's just not possible. California just upped the sick pay from 3 to 5 days, and that's all out of pocket. So I just really asking for y'all to consider before upping the wages that much. Maybe there can be like different wages for tipped employees and non-tipped employees, or something along the way, since there's going to be 2 different amounts, whether you contribute or not. Maybe there can be, maybe since we're not contributing towards benefits, maybe since we're kind of contributing towards them making tips. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, I just wanted you all to consider that before you vote on upping the minimum wage for Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your being here and speaking in public comment. I think some of the comments tonight are a little complex to answer, and some are more direct. And I'd like to invite our attorney in to touch on this living wage ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be glad to do that and hopefully simplify things rather than make them more complicated. So just to clarify, item 12 does not relate to the city's minimum wage regulations. It relates to the city's living wage regulations. And those regulations do not apply as broadly as the city's minimum wage does. The city's living wage regulations, which actually have been in place longer than the city's minimum wage, apply to businesses that benefit from public funds, and more particularly, in addition to applying to the city itself, it applies to contractors who receive contracts above a specified value from the city, also to lessees of city property, and some grantees who receive city funds. And so those rates apply to, with some exceptions, including for nonprofit organizations, they apply to those entities in the community that are benefiting from public funds through contracts or leases with the city. So hopefully that provides some helpful clarification that there's no action being taken with respect to the minimum wage regulations that we have that do apply to all employers in the city. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, if I may, City Attorney, there was a mention of an attorney for violations. Do you have understanding or comment back on that particular item?
I don't think I think that's for a staff person as opposed to outside counsel.
If we don't have an answer, we'll move on.
Because we're, as the council knows better than anybody, I'm personally responsible for all the city's legal services, including those we provide in my office and those we work with colleagues outside our office to provide. And that's a new one on me. So I don't know if.
Again, with public comment, it's often best to have them in writing, and that allows us to initiate the research and comment appropriate. So that closes public comment on our consent calendar for the night. I'd like to bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Healy, a motion, and Councilmember Posake, a second. Thank you very much.
Well, let me speak, please.
And any comments?
I was actually going to make a comment and a question before making a motion. Excuse me. On item 4, the Public Financing Corporation, I believe the city is planning on having a second bond issuance within the next 2 years, so that might partially answer Mr. Moynihan's question based on Measure U. But on Measure 11, I'd be curious to get staff's response on whether purchasing used dividers was looked at as opposed to just going out and buying new stuff.
Thank you, Councilmember Healy. Happy to offer some context and clarification. The office partitions that are in the consent calendar tonight are new, but they're offices. They are full height, windowed private offices that are not available used and were not available in the building. In fact, all of the workstations have been furnished by previously owned, used workstation cubicles, storage tables, desks. All of our conference rooms have been furnished by also previously owned material. In fact, we have filled our office space with almost entirely used furnishing. So this one item is for the addition. We needed 4 additional private offices. These are for supervisor and above level staff for the level of acoustic privacy that is often needed for our staff that is supervising personnel. And these particular offices are basically they're pre-manufactured panels, acoustically sound, floor to ceiling, but for like the upper fraction of an inch, and provide that level for us at a great price, much less expensive than if we had tried to build these with studs and drywall and all of the accessories that would come with contracting for a tenant improvement. So. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, I will now move the consent calendar items 1 through, what is it? 14.
Wonderful. Thank you. And the second is by Posake. And any other? No? Then let's go to roll call vote.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And this is the point in the agenda where we made that change earlier, if you recall, and brought item 17 forward here to be heard at this moment. And let's see, so 17 is the preliminary fiscal year 2024-2025 City of Petaluma budget, adoption of city budget resolution, and introduction, first reading of the fiscal year 2024-25 city appropriations ordinance. And to help us through this matter, we have Jesse Gooch, our finance director. Please take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So tonight we are asking you to adopt resolutions to authorize the budget and the list of authorized and funded positions for fiscal year 2024-25, as well as introducing the appropriation ordinance. So the draft budget was delivered to you on May 6th, and we held the workshop on May 20th. Based on your feedback at the workshop, we have made a few changes to the budget before bringing it back to you today. We have added $675,000 to the Trestle Rehabilitation Project and $450,000 to the Safe Streets Quick Builds Project. We have adjusted the timing of the D Street sewer and water main replacement projects so that they occur prior to D Street improvements. And we've added the Parks Master Plan as a future project in fiscal year 2026-27. And we've also increased the Senior Center's operating budget by $100,000.
Sorry, Jesse, if I could just have you slow down a little bit for our translation.
I'm so excited about these changes. I always do this. Okay. So the budget before you tonight totals $313.8 million across all funds, $77.4 million of which is for the general fund. It adds 20 new positions across city departments and is committed to furthering the goals and priorities that you have set. We have streamlined the adoption process by bringing just one ordinance to you tonight instead of several, and we hope that we have your approval as we look forward to the new fiscal year beginning July 1st. So now I'm open for any final questions.
Thanks so much. Bringing it back to council. I'd like to look across the dais and see if we have any questions on here. Councilmember Healy.
So thank you. On the Safe Streets Quick Builds, there was mention in the memo we received today about possibly using our budgeted dollar as match for other grants. What kind of grants are we talking about, and what are the probabilities in that?
I'm hearing SCTA grants. Come on down, Jeff. I need the experts on this one.
So we're applying for the Safe Streets for All. It's a federal grant, so it's a larger grant. So we've applied for around $2 million with quick build improvements citywide. So that would be a match, it's a 20% match towards that grant that this would apply to.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a follow-up on that, if I could. So in the budget, since it's not a secured grant, following on the probability question, do we list that in the budget as undetermined? It's
already in.
It's in the undetermined category, okay. And then appreciate all you've done on adding funding to the trestle. And then on the D Street, what year is the construction of the facilities listed for?
So I believe we moved the sewer and water main replacements to begin in fiscal '25, so that those are happening before we then do the street improvements in future years.
So this year's the design, so we can do the construction next year.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. And any other questions from council? All right, then let's go to Chance. Any? Yes, I think council member now is considering a question.
Thank you. Since I have the opportunity, I have a little heartburn on 3 unfunded parks CIP projects. And those are completing the Kenilworth Park. We have, there's a whole lapse of a year before we have money to complete the park. And we've done a year of community input in designing and asking for things for this park. And now we're going to go a whole year without funding or doing anything. I think it doesn't reflect well with the community, especially that neighborhood who's been looking so forward to that park being renovated since they had so much input. Also, the swim center, the restroom, dressing rooms, bringing those up to standards. There's nothing in the budget at all this year, and they are 20 years late in getting redone. And that's for privacy. I mean, that's not just cleanliness or update. That's just plain privacy because the community has been asking for that for a decade or more. And the new baseball fields. We went out there and we were very proud of the ribbon cutting, but I kept hearing, when is the bleachers going to get put in? When are the restrooms going to be put in? If you're sitting there watching a 2-hour game, you want restrooms. As a grandmother of baseball players, you need it. And so those are the holes that I see in the park budget. And it gives me a lot of heartburn because how can I justify some of the other money that we're giving to other projects and other CIP, which don't have an impact daily for people, it's long term. So those are just my questions on the budget right now that I would like to see something in these 3 areas. And senior parks. We can't even get started. So that's my 4th one. Thanks.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Okay, that's why we're here.
Good evening, Council. Acting City Manager, Community, Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. Appreciate the questions, the advocacy for parks. I would want to, start by saying we understand. We've got a lot of catching up to do as a city, and I'm really excited and thrilled to be presenting this budget with some key investments. Overall, there's really about nearly $7 million of capital investments tonight, and it's an influx for the capital parks projects related. So I think for me, it's really important to talk about the timing, and the investments in the pool replastering project is critical, and that's moved from a design to construction. So it's critical to see those dollars being spent this year. Kenilworth, we're excited to be bringing almost a 30% concept plan to the council in August. That's been a really exciting project for the community, and there's a lot of pent-up demand to see that park get revitalized. But again, I think there has to be some conversations around the concept design and getting some feedback on that. And so we're going to be spending this year moving that project forward, but not into construction. So it was important to use those dollars into projects that we could deliver. And then the skate park is another one that we've seen gather up momentum, and we're excited to take from concept, from design into construction. Also, the park access improvement projects, there was some more influx to really renovate and improve some of the pathways. So yes, there are more. We know those projects are coming, but with the swim center in particular, we're using this time now after the pool replastering to also kickstart that feasibility study, so we can start to understand the scopes of some options for projects that we could be starting to design. We're just not there yet. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I wouldn't be a good liaison if I didn't also mention they really want to see a park master plan for the city, and I think that's really long overdue.
We hear that. We absolutely support it, and I know the liaisons before you are pushing it forward. We're excited to see it for the first time daylighted on the budget as a priority, and we're all for it. So thank you.
Well, those are my heartaches.
Wonderful. Then I'd like to open it to public comment, and I'd like to ask if we have any emails and if you'd proceed with inviting the public to participate.
We did receive one comment, which is posted online. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation, and the timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker. We do have one in-person card so far.
Wonderful. I'd like to invite Sandra Shan to come and speak to the public on this budget.
Try again. The lands Measure J would open to developments are higher elevation than Petaluma, making us downstream. Paving tracts of land that formerly retained water directly affects West Petaluma neighborhoods and could overwhelm the infrastructure upgrades we won 25 years ago to exactly address this issue of water impact from development to our west. Councilmember Healy, you may remember that at 1 o'clock in the morning, we managed to get an infrastructure upgrade. There was a bike path thrown in there and the new ball fields at the time and what kind of turf would be. So this is a very real issue, and I will talk to you later because obviously it needs a little more explanation than this. Also, development to our west. Petalumans would have to pay for improving and maintaining our streets, increased road use of new county residents driving east through Petaluma to reach Petaluma schools and to reach jobs south on 101. Developers would reap all the benefits while Petaluma residents would have to pay for infrastructure necessities. Anyway, I will contact you and try to make this clearer because I keep trying to condense things that don't make sense when they're condensed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That closes public comment for the evening on this item. Bring it back to council for any commentary on our budget. And I'd just like to take a minute on the lead off that it was wonderful being out of the ballparks this past weekend, and it was wonderful being able to throw a few dollar facts out there. I know back in 2005 when we were trying to do it privately, it never was going to happen privately. And when we tried to do it with a ballot measure in 2012, we got 62% of the people to vote for ballot measure, but it's 2/3. And that, so a ballot measure failed back then. But the city picked up the ball and carried it, and county open space helped dramatically to purchase of the entire, to invest in the entirety of the project. And we got 3 fields opened up there in about 2015. This 4th field, not till now, but the 3 fields opened with no restrooms. for 10 years, well, for a couple of years before we finally found the next piece. And it seems like the way it is in some of our efforts is that it takes phases, and we build upon success. And to quote a line from a movie, everything will be fine in the end, and if it's not fine, it's not the end. So so we have to keep working to make the next piece of this come together. But the funding for the baseball field, $7 million, was over $5 million. $5.5 million came from parks development fees. That's developer fees. So that we have been tucking away at every little development, every big development that came through town for a long time. Very difficult to find general fund money for this. We also found $500,000 worth of transportation occupancy tax fees. That's hotels. So when we have people coming to town, staying in town, liking what we have here, they contribute to making it better for us to live here. So that's a very positive, and that's where those monies go. You often wonder, where do those money go? What project is that? I think it's important that the city showcase that that's what they do with these funds. And that was one off the top I wanted to say. I have a few other comments, but I'll ask the rest of the council who needs to weigh in on the budget. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So, yeah, Sandra, do contacting me because I don't really understand the connection between Measure J and the issues you raised. It's not going to, I believe, and I haven't read it front to back, it's not going to modify city zoning or county zoning or the city's urban growth boundary or any of those things, but feel free to contact me. With respect to the budget itself, I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, I thought Mr. Moynihan raised some interesting points in his email in terms of how we're prioritizing the use of Measure U funds. I thought his proposed solution was a little simplistic, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be having a conversation around those issues going forward and what's the best mix of personnel versus capital needs, including streets. I was very happy to hear staff say that that the Trestle and the Quick Builds program is getting additional funding from what was in the initial budget. And I have to say that this budget is just so much better than what I've come to expect over the years. When I first started in this job, our then city manager, Fred Stouter, used to say every year at this time that we were doing less with less. And that's no longer what the theme of the budget is. So we're funding so many much more things that we were never able to fund in the past. And yet I will be voting no on the budget. And there's one specific reason for that, and that's the $3.4 million in the CIP for the Caulfield Southern Crossing for design, planning, and environmental and land acquisition. And I think that $3.4 million is inappropriate to spend because of the $56 million funding gap for the Caulfield project, which to me means that project has none chance of ever actually getting built. And it's interesting because just a few years ago, and I don't know if this is within the memory of most council members, then Mayor David Glass used to ridicule me for expecting that the Easter Bunny was going to come and pay for the Rainier connector. And now I feel the shoe's on the other foot in a way there. There's just no plausible funding mechanism for getting that $56 million. And to me, this looks like, as I said before, the California high-speed rail funding model, where we're going to spend a lot of money on something that's not useful and then act surprised when the rest of the money to complete the project doesn't somehow materialize. So I think it's time to take a pause on the Caulfield connector and really rethink how we can create a connector for this community that works. I think people in the community care a lot less than members of this council on which particular connector gets built. They just want one, and I think they'd be happy with that. But Caulfield at this point, I think initially people thought it was going to be cheaper than now it's turning out to be, and it's time to hit the pause button. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Well, I'd be happy to talk about transportation and costs. For many, many years, millions of dollars was spent on Rainier, knowing it wasn't going to be built. It was gaslighting the city for many years. 1999, Caltrans was willing to do Corona as a full interchange crosstown connector. That was axed, and I believe Mr. Healy knows that. The public is asking for a crosstown connector. The riverfront was approved with one entrance in over rail tracks, and that was it. And it should never have been approved without understanding how we were going to get more than one entrance in and out. The project was designed poorly. The Caulfield should have been what the design was around, but that's not what happened. And Mr. Healy, you were part of that project. And so when we want to start, throwing mud about why projects aren't done, we need to go back in history and see why projects weren't done. And it was all political reasons. And now we're playing the same gaslighting with Caulfield. Caulfield's important because it is an access road for public safety to get across the river. Right now, we don't have that ability. And we can't just keep saying, oh, I don't want to throw money at this, but you've been throwing millions at something that was never going to happen for years. And so I think this budget is very good, and I think we need to move on Caulfield. I think there does need to be mitigation when Caulfield is ready to be built, because it does go right down the middle of a neighborhood. And it was very bad planning, and we're trying to actually reverse bad planning. And that's where we're going. And to not support a crosstown connector is literally playing the political game. And I think we need to stop that. And so I'll be supporting this budget.
Okay. Councilmember Now.
I have to agree with Councilmember Healy that we need to pause on this crosstown connector. The other parts of that river housing development has not been completed, and that neighborhood is not completely aware that what we're doing. And so I think we need to do more community outreach. And the other side of the river, the new development hasn't been finished. And I really would like to not pause on the 3 unfunded projects that are on hold through next year for the parks, and think about our senior funding for our senior parks and that park master plan. We need to spend that time and money on those priorities, because we might not see a crosstown connector for decades, but we need those parks and those assets like yesterday.
Okay.
So I won't be supporting the budget as well.
I think I need to jump in here for a second. And I think all of us are very concerned on the Caulfield project and how unfunded, what the unfunded balance is here. Do we have a workshop on our future agenda? Are we going to revisit this soon?
We do have a Caulfield workshop. It's not a workshop, it's a presentation on an upcoming council agenda. And during that time, staff was planning to present to council progress on the project, what we've been hearing from the community, and where we're at currently.
Thank you. I just want to express my comfort that when we see that, it will help us keep a clearer eye on how we spend money this year, and that having it in the budget is important. Making the decision on how and when it gets spent is also important. So I'm comfortable at this level. And did I see a hand down here, Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'll move the item. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're not quite there, but I'll remember who made the motion. And for myself, I'm very happy to see the trestle funding in there. That's obviously a big economic development boost for us in the downtown area. We need that. But I am concerned, and perhaps we should always all be concerned about our budget. I think we're at the heyday of our budget. It's the most it's ever been now. Last year was the most we ever achieved. But that growth rate is in excess of our revenue increase rate. So that's a little something to keep an eye on for the future years. And the budget does talk about outlying years. I want to make sure that our metrics and our infrastructure, we're not falling further behind. We're so far behind that we're actually catching up. And so I love seeing presentations that show, our PCI, our pavement condition index, has risen by this much, and we expect it to rise more by this much, so that we can say, well, that's not fast enough, or that is fast enough. And we have not achieved our full capital budgeting in the past few years, and but yet every year was more than we had ever done before. And I'd like to see us get 100% of our expenditure this year. The money given to staff to do capital projects should be 100% expended, not come in at 75, and things like Caulfield will influence that. I think we have the right people. I think we just need to deliver the projects that need to be delivered. I'm also worried that our general fund, the obligations on it, Measure U, breathe new life into the city. But we're kind of at the end of what Measure U can do for the city. We're 85% of annual revenue from Measure U is going in the general fund now. And 85 is a lot of what was promised to fix both infrastructure and retool our staffing capacity. So I think some of the most important pages in our budget could be the 5-year pages, where we look out a couple of years in there. So many cities around us are in budget troubles for a variety of different reasons. Novato, Santa Rosa, Sebastopol, and I think we need to worry about our economic development equally. More business in town, more TOT tax, like I was saying, will sustain the city. So I see this as our last go year, where Measure U has brought us from the doorstep of turning the lights out to being a full service city again. But it might be the last go year, and it might be the resetting the norm after this year. And I think that everybody shares these concerns on council and probably in the community. But we do so want to see the achievements to make this town a better town. So thanks. My thanks to staff.
I'd like to make a comment.
And Councilmember Cater Thompson.
My comment's going to be on Measure U, because I was on the Measure U committee, and one of the questions that I asked, because I recognized that 5 years ago we didn't have any city staff, and what Measure U did was really make it that we could have a full service city with city staff, and that's what we have now. Yes, we have contract planners, but that's just normal. And so for the first time in many years, we are actually acting as a full city, with all the services. When I was on the Measure U committee, I did ask the question, when there was a depletion in how much, as far as shoring up the city versus how much we're going to have to expend on roads, because that's kind of what the public was sold on. We were going to do all of these roads, but if you read the measure, that's part of it. And the other part was shoring up the city. 5 years ago, we had a new city manager. We didn't have any money. We didn't have any staff, literally, in this building. And so this is what Measure U did for us. And there was going to be less for roads as time went on. And it was just, that's what you read if you read the ballot measure. I don't always go by the literature of what people are trying to sell you. I always read so I know what I'm really being sold. And that's what the council put on the ballot. And so we are going to have to look at what is going to happen with Measure U as the funds shift around, and they're starting to shift around. And I'm happy to look at that, because that's what we are supposed to be doing. But I don't want people to feel as though we're cheating and we're putting money here and we're hiring all this staff. Well, we needed to do that. There was a reason behind it. Any good business would do that. And you're always trying to chase money. When we're talking about transportation projects, Sonoma County Transportation Authority that I'm on, there are millions that the city of Petaluma gets. We're always going after grants. So it's not just city fund taxes that are going toward projects, which, grants are taxes too. I mean, it's all kind of in the same pot, but they're just different names. And so it's complicated to run a city. But the citizens of Petaluma want a full-service city, and that's what we're giving them. And we have to work even harder now to get other projects done. And that's kind of the way it goes. But just always be aware when you're voting on something, know what you're really voting on. Don't just vote on the literature that comes into your mail that says this. Read the ballot measure, because Measure U is doing exactly what Measure U was supposed to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm not going to respond to Ms. Cater Thompson's comments on crosstown connectors and the Riverfront project, because we could go back and forth all night on that, I'm sure. But there was one thing I neglected to say earlier, which is that my criticism of the Caulfield Bridge CIP project is in no way a criticism of staff. I think staff is doing the absolute best it can given the direction from the council majority, and that's who has responsibility for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we have a motion from Barnacle, and I need a second. And that's a second from Posake. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
No.
Now?
No.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And thank you to staff. That's the biggest policy effort we make in a year, and we've got that under our belt, so congratulations. We're moving now to item 15. I need a scorecard to keep along here. But item 15 is a presentation discussion of policy options for establishing a parklet program known as the city's free range program to increase opportunities for creating public spaces in the public right of way. And to help us with this, I'd like to invite Brian O., Director of Community Development, to kick it off as soon as we load the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Community. My name is Brian O., Director of Community Development, joined here this evening by our Director of Economic Development and Open Government, Ingrid Alverde, as well as Nancy Sands of said department. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to speak with you and the community to facilitate a workshop about parklets. And this process is essentially 4 years in the making. Just a short agenda overview. We'll briefly touch on the parklet history here in town, share some of the experiences staff and the community has experienced over the past 4 years as part of the what we called the free range program, and then walk through some options that are outlined in the staff report. Then, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for questions from council, then turn to public comment, and then open it up for discussion. I don't believe a single one of these are an example of one in town, but parklets predate what we have largely known as an effort to support local businesses during shelter in place. It's a world-known model of repurposing public right-of-way into places for people to gather. And stateside, many of our larger cities, City of Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, were early adopters. And there have been a number of jurisdictions that have followed this model and have wildly successful programs many here in the Bay Area, which we drew much of our inspiration and research from. So a little bit about the free-range history here in Petaluma. Aside from the very creative name, it was largely a temporary program to save jobs and businesses. So we are essentially a little over 4 years removed. This is a good reminder that the graduating class this year from Petaluma High and CASA are what's known as the COVID class. Started during the pandemic, graduating this year. And this program has essentially tracked that trajectory. And so at its height, the city was able to quickly support up to 58 local businesses, in addition to the ones that we see currently, a number of other types of industries, everything from yoga studios to be held outside, hairdressers to get business and haircuts done with the safety of being outdoors. So in total, 22 parklets or free-range projects that were in the public right-of-way. And so this means essentially where parking spaces and our sidewalks exist, 36 in the private right-of-way. And so many of them have occurred. So when you think about Tortilla Real, that was done as an example. It's a private outdoor space that was extended into private parking, which no longer exists today. And so there was, the city had to get creative, our merchants had to get creative, as well as our residents had to get creative during this time. As wonderful as our weather is, there were also, in order to support businesses seasonally during the wet weather, we did also support 30 locations with tents and canopies to keep business going during the wet weather. And then a total of 6 structures built, and we'll touch on this later. 3 of those supported by a Creative Sonoma art grant that was facilitated by our downtown association. This map is also in your packet, but it gives you just a high level of what's existing now. A total of 13 parking spaces or parklets that are currently in existence, which again, a number of the parklets have. There has been some attrition over the 4-year period. Here is an example of 8 of those 13 that are still in place. And as you can see, they run the gamut of, in terms of design, in terms of length, in terms of use. And so what we're looking for this evening, and we'll talk a little bit about the public survey that we had open earlier this year, is to get some direction from council to formalize the program. I think the resounding response that we heard back from the community and through the ongoing conversations is the program in concept. There's support for, but asking for the city to take a little bit more of a measured approach when it comes to design and some of the other policy items that are before you this evening. It's a good point to always start with why we're doing this, some of the goal setting here. And so we've identified 6 goals on why what should go into the Parklet program. Parklets are a place for community to gather. So, just even if it's a moment in time while you're downtown going from merchant to merchant, looking for those opportunities to gather in the public realm. Parklets are a way for economic development. So how do we create places that are interesting, places that attract visitors, attract our residents to spend more time and spend more of their capital downtown. Active transportation, by creating places that are more interesting, perhaps pairing them with the appropriate bike racks as another way to encourage active transportation, both biking and people walking. And then also family-friendly spaces. We've talked a lot about, being age-friendly. And so another opportunity here for a city program to help provide some of those spaces into the downtown we all know and love. Parklets have an opportunity to increase foot traffic. So as you're bringing more interesting places for gathering and economic activity right in front of a potential sponsoring parklet applicant, you're naturally bringing foot traffic up to the merchants. And then ultimately to beautify public spaces, we want it to be attractive, and so that's where the design component comes in this evening. We have 6, so location and density is combined into one, but 2 different slides. But in your staff report, there are 6 policy options that we'd like to walk council through. At the conclusion of the public comments, I'll come back and we can walk through, if the council chooses, to go through each one of those, perhaps through a straw poll, so we can get the needed input to move forward. And so just at a high level, this question about public versus private initially started as a public use, essentially a mini park, if you will. Again, during the pandemic, it was a tool to support local businesses. And so this question, again, is coming back up about public versus private use, location and density. So where should they be located? How many should the city be accommodating? What should they look like? How quickly and what type of review should the city have? How much should we be charging? And then also, what do we do with the existing 13 parklets that are currently in place? So there's been sort of a longer tail as it relates to the outreach. And so starting back in 2022, staff went to 3 committees and commissions: HCPC, the Historic Cultural Preservation Committee, a number of the existing current parklets. I believe 11 of the 14 are within the historic district, and so we got some good feedback from the committee, the PED Bicycle Advisory Committee, as well as the Planning Commission, which is summarized in your staff packet. We also did a survey through our community bulletin, walked door to door downtown, as well as sent mailing notices to the property owners. So in total, over 1,000 responses. Attachment 1 gives you each of those questions, as well as all the open-ended questions and answers in the packet. Roughly 40 business owners, a little over 100 commercial property owners, and then an overwhelming response from our residents. Policy item number 1, this question about public versus private or quasi-use, 45%, so almost half of the respondents support a blend primarily dedicated to table service with public use as a secondary function. This is in alignment with almost all of the jurisdictions that we reached out to that are actively promoting a parklet program. And so there's much value in a public-private partnership. And so you have a sponsoring parklet applicant, be it a restaurant or a local merchant, who essentially partners up with the city, is responsible to operate, maintain the space, but also provides that space to be used for our community. And so the staff recommendations here are highlighted in the lighter green. Location, the map attachment 2 gives you the bid boundaries, and so that's what staff is recommending as an option for council to consider where to start. And the reason for that is with the strong partnership with our downtown association and just the demand that is naturally gravitating towards the bid. That's that sort of helped inform staff recommendations. Public options. Long before many of us even knew about the Parklet program, the city itself, dating back as early as 1986, with their sort of reimagining master plan of the waterfront. This concept of expanding public use, pedestrian space has been something that's been desired from not just city council, but the community here. And so there is a question about, should there be specific parklets that the city may want to sponsor as an opportunity, opportunity to expand some of the public offering downtown. One example that was very clearly delineated in the survey was Water Street. How do we expand the opportunities so people that are walking and biking, spending their money downtown, and being part of the community can take advantage of the frontage there along the river. And then there's a recommendation as well on private property. So setting aside the pandemic and the need to quickly support local businesses, what we would typically do that comes out of the permit process for any changes on private property would be to go through a site plan architectural review. And so that is what staff is recommending when it comes to the parklets that are in, not in the public right of way, but in private property. There's a process, longstanding process that we have that we can help walk through applicants through that process. The survey and the best practices when we look at different jurisdictions, this question about density is pretty spread out. 1 in 3, essentially 1 in 3 of our respondents feel every business should be entitled to the ability to submit for a parklet. And so that's where you see one end of the spectrum. And then you see some cities, Santa Rosa, Healdsburg, where they're metering it based on some metric. And so Healdsburg, as an example, they have a parking count for downtown, and so they've limited the number of parklets to 5%. So 1 out of every 20 spaces in the city of Healdsburg is limited to use for parklets. And again, so this there wasn't a place that the community landed on. There isn't a place that our jurisdictions, our neighboring jurisdictions, landed on. And what staff is proposing is some combination of what we're seeing in Healdsburg, whether it's tying it to a number of parking spaces or some other metric, and then also asking council to weigh the question about unlimited density. So the design. So this is the topic that comes up most often when we're out in the community and talking to business owners and community, and it can be summarized into these 4 categories. How long is it, how wide is it, and how tall is it? And so there's a dimensional aspect to this. Typically, we're looking at 2 parallel parking spaces as your typical store frontage and your typical parklet that you're seeing. Again, this may need to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. But it does seem typical that no more than 2 parking spaces front to end is sort of what many of the jurisdictions are going with, and something that was resonating with the community. Lighting, so making sure that if it's a public space after hours, after close of business, it's a safe and inviting and welcoming place for people, as well as having some uniform signage. So making sure that it's really clear, depending on whatever regulations the city moves forward with, the signage is very clear on the use and the rules that a member must abide by. And then the question about the vertical elements, umbrellas, shade structures, tent canopies. There are a number of jurisdictions that in the area that have moved forward and have limited and restricted the use of umbrellas and shade. It's something that the community in the survey identified as important. And so, again, there's an opportunity for council to weigh in on that topic as well. And then permit review. So what we're proposing is a ministerial review contingent on our ability to come back to council with a set of pre-approved designs. And so essentially think about like a pre-approved parklet in a box. So you have 4 different options, design options, that conform with the design guidelines that are adopted by council. And so long as you hit the marks as a potential sponsor of a parklet, that will be done ministerial review through ministerial review. Anything more intensive, that would be more staff intensive, more review, would require an element of noticing and engagement. Perhaps it's something that is not pre-approved and there's sort of a one-off design. We would recommend that go through a site plan and architectural administrative process. And then fees. On the minimal end, for an example, the city's encroachment fees would sort of fit in this category. It essentially is a transactional over-the-counter or some encroachment permit review that would fit the $0 to $500 range would be sort of a lighter touch review. What staff is proposing here is cost neutral, which we expect to be in the range of $1,000 to $2,000. There are other cities that have gone above and beyond that and created a license and a use fee schedule. And so, as an example, City of Healdsburg charges a per square foot based on the space of the parking space, on top of a administrative, I believe it's a $2,000 administrative fee. And then almost as much as we get questions about design is transition. What do we do with the existing parklets? Again, 14 parklets that are in existence with varying levels of design. And one of the key elements moving forward is to get some direction on what to do with those. And so staff is proposing a 6-month transition period for said sponsoring parklet applicants to come into conformance with the future guidelines that the city comes up with. And so we are on the calendar, depending on how this workshop goes, to come back with the public hearing for the program later this year. And so 6 months out would essentially put that out to spring of next year, that we would recommend council consider as an appropriate amount of time. This is what San Francisco also did with their parklet program. And with that, Mayor, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, that's quite a bit. And thanks for getting us to this part. I think the community loves parklets. It loves rules. I'd like to start with Councilmember Pozicate.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions, Brian. One, when you did the survey, you talk about that most people wanted it to be primarily table service. But in many of the examples in the LA document that was in the staff report, it seemed like most cities were saying you could not have table service as part of these. So I wonder if you can make some more comments about that and where you are on that.
Thank you, Councilman. So again, it's pretty diverse in how jurisdictions have approached this idea of public versus private. And so I'm not familiar with how the city of Los Angeles currently does it. I was there 10 years ago. And so from my recollection, there was a combination, essentially what the requirement was there was a requirement to activate the space. So whether it's a larger space, a plaza that brought in a farmer's market, but there were a number of the parklets, particularly downtown. Now, that may have changed since then, but there isn't a clear answer. I think and then even if you look at on attachment 4, the parklet, how-to guide that UCLA had put out, there's the caveat of it can work. You can do something that's quasi-public, might not want to do something that's fully private, as essentially you're repurposing public space for a private use, more or less. But ultimately it comes back, and they're always quick to remind the reader that it's up to the community, right? So there's going to be this tailoring and this need to engage with the community on what they want to see. And so that's why we're here tonight.
It does seem to me like that, I'm not sure Los Angeles said this, but that part of the issue is that people have a tendency to assume it's private if they see people being served at a table. So I would just consider that. The other question I had is, and I didn't see this mentioned anywhere in our report or anywhere else, whether you could vary, and it'd be hard. It seemed like it'd be hard to make it satisfying to everyone involved. But that if there's a much bigger public benefit component to what's being proposed, that maybe that leads to a discount in the fees, especially if we're in totally cost neutral. I don't know. And then the last thing I was wondering about, I guess one thing I had in mind was that we wouldn't want to make the design restrictions such that what I had in mind was that, some of these, there's a couple that already could maybe have come about this way, which is with these minor art grants that our Public Art Committee is given, I think up to $20,000 or something to young artists. Is there any regulation that could make that harder to do if somebody wanted to do that? Yeah, I'm not saying I don't want to make it hard. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, Councilman, so great question. I think it's a balance. I mean, absolutely, we don't want to make it harder, but we also want to make sure that there's city and community buy-in to whatever ends up, getting built. So I think there's a balance of wanting to strike the balance of creating some guidance, and so that's where the design guidelines will come into play. But then also not stifle it so much that there isn't a creative component that comes out. Because I do think what we would want to avoid is every parklet looking exactly the same. I think there should probably be a certain style to them on top of the base level safety considerations. But I think what would make it interesting and what would draw more attention is to have a little bit of variation. Absolutely.
Eclectic. That's all my questions.
Yes.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So, Brian, kind of the underlying premise of your presentation, or at least it's how I took it, and it's also in the staff report, especially on page 7, is that there's a perception that there's a huge unmet demand for more parklets in town, and I was wondering if that's accurate, or if we're talking about doubling or tripling the number that we have now, or if there are just 2 or 3 businesses that might be interested in these things.
I would say at this point, there's a handful of merchants that are very curious when the application would open. That said, we haven't done a full front campaign to say that we have a program, but I wouldn't expect a doubling or tripling of applicants.
And can you share what streets the handful are on?
So we get it from merchants along Water Street, the Boulevard, North, Kentucky. I'm going to just look at Nancy, maybe Western.
Potentially 4th Street.
And 4th Street.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, over by the Foundry Wharf area.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. You mentioned the recommendation was to start with the BID, Business Improvement District. Can you talk a little more about why it might make sense to start with a smaller phased approach?
So great question. The bid is actually quite expansive. I believe when we were looking at different boundaries, it has a few positives going for it. First, the demand seems to be focused within the boundaries. It takes almost the entire component of our sort of economic storefronts that are downtown. And we're just not seeing, and if you think about the types of businesses that are outside of the bid, whether it's on the east side, some of our larger commercial centers, we just don't have the store frontage, retail space that there would be interest. And so an example, Cafe Bellini, that's on private space, private property, repurposing of parking spaces. And so all of those sort of figured into why we're presenting on the bid boundary.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, you're asking for, seems like a lot of topics for feedback, right? So I have a long list for you. First one is there's a slide deck, I think that Councilman Posake referred to that you did not show here, that I was hoping to see a little bit of. But there is a beautiful document for what LA is doing and other cities are doing, and that's sort of like a guidebook that was presented in the agenda. I think everyone that's interested in parklets needs to look at that, because I don't think we have the imagination now that we can have if the people knew what was possible. So we really need to open up for imagination rather than restricting on what we already have, because I think what we have is a response of COVID, and people really haven't opened up for the real possibility for really more. Okay, so
I think we're on questions.
Questions only?
Yep.
Okay, I thought we were on feedback. Okay. Questions? Let's see if I can find an actual question in here. Could we expand, besides just, we're looking at mostly the downtown, and you probably looked at shopping centers. Are we considered beyond that? Residential areas and private businesses outside of the downtown area? Can we expand out to the entire city?
It's absolutely in the purview of council to set those boundaries. I don't believe there's the demand, and I want to think a little bit more about how the utility of public parking spaces that front other parts of our town could be used. That said, this is our opportunity, like you said, to reimagine it, and what we are proposing is a 3-year pilot. And so if it's the desire of the majority of the council to go beyond the staff recommendation, we can surely accommodate.
Yeah, we have some. We've done so much on citizen outreach for other projects and the like. And if we decided to really open this up, do you really think we could do a lot more imagination, opening it up and giving people like that document, let them see some possibilities between exercise places for seniors, bicycle parking, recreational, as well as food, shopping, whatever items could be put out once in a while, storefronts. So if we really put it out there to the public, do you think we would get a much larger response than what we currently have because of what we just responding to COVID?
By doing more outreach, I do believe there's a ton of interest around this topic, so I would expect a higher and more robust response. That said, it does feel like much of the energy is focused on downtown. But again, that said, if there's interest in looking at other parts, I mean, I don't know if Councilman, you can give an example of what you're envisioning, and would be happy to try to make that happen.
Because if we're going to 15-minute neighborhoods, there might be even residences that could have a parklet out front, take up it's a street that's not, all the parking is not being used. They could put out either a area there. They could even put out their own little tiny restaurant right in front of their house. They could put out their private, oh, come fix it. I'll come fix you or whatever, your vacuum cleaner, whatever, little parklet for set up for a day or two. We could have little social gatherings, neighborhood gatherings in parklets. All sorts of things that was presented in the slideshow could be done. Something more out of the box. What if we actually opened it up to opportunity, that folks may be more and more gravitated to, oh, I can do that? And then they say, oh, okay, then we have more opportunity. I think that'll grab people.
I agree. I mean, ultimately, where I would want to see the free range program go would be all inclusive. And so when I think about our neighborhoods, block parties, I mean, it sort of, I think the possibilities are endless. Plazas, I mean, just the general concept of repurposing our public right of way to be more than that. I mean, I think we would be all for it. It would just take a little bit more thinking, some more outreach, certainly, with the community and frame it in that way.
Okay, and then we walk through malls, completely enclosed, and there's what used to be just big open aisles in the middle, and now all of a sudden there's a bunch of kiosks going down walking malls. Could we do the same thing in all of our shopping centers? And so that there'd be a lane of parking, but there might be small little shops set up like parklets in every shopping center that we have and use up some of that parking spaces. Could you see some of that? Could we enhance our business economics, more businesses doing that?
So 2024, 25 is the year of economic development. So we are fully committed to this concept. I think what you're getting at is the use of private parking spaces in some of our larger shopping centers. So I'm thinking the Deer Creeks, the Washington Squares, and I apologize if I gloss over that. There is a process for that. So if a business wants to come in and repurpose, it does take a little bit more thought and consideration because many of those buildings or projects have been approved based on parking count, so a number of parking spaces. And so we would just want to make sure that any changes wouldn't impact the business. But again, that's a strategy that we can look at, sort of how do we repurpose privately owned parking spaces as an economic engine.
Okay, and then you're looking at ministerial versus bringing it to council. That was brought up, and then if we put in design requirements for size and shape and the like, but also for art. So would you feel comfortable, would staff feel comfortable if we set the designs and limitations at certain levels, that staff would feel comfortable, okay, that's arty enough, that's different enough, that yes, it would be acceptable, and then, so we wouldn't have to keep the council completely bombarded with 1,000 different options here, but that the staff, you feel that you could actually say, okay, we can, knowing the general trend, the staff ready to say, okay, go and not have to bring it to council.
Yes, that is our intent.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it for comments later.
Councilman Now?
Thank you. Wonderful presentations, staff, and your photos of other communities and what they have is wonderful too. I'm always concerned when there is blocking of the walkway on the sidewalk. So I love the little bistro tables and little chairs because you can grab a meal and then go sit outside and eat instead of inside your car. The question I have is, do we charge those little bistro restaurants as we do if they take up, like Mi Pueblo has like 4 parking spaces and a huge, walls. I think there's 3 walls, but they also encroach on our sidewalk and they block parts of our walkway in front of their storefront, in front of their restaurant. And they also take up the parking places for the retail establishments. So how do we charge? Do we charge per parking space? Do we charge for if they put tables and chairs out front, or a bench for their patrons to wait while there's a table inside? It also matters to me how many days a week they're open. Like some of our restaurants have a parklet taking up 4 parking spaces, or at least 2, and they're only open 4 days a week on Petaluma Boulevard. And that doesn't seem fair, and they're not even upgrading or adding to the quality of life in Petaluma. They're just those orange, ugly, that say City of Petaluma property on the side. The art pieces at least are attractive. So do we charge differently if they have an attractive? So there's my questions. How do we charge, and how do we explain to the community that these restaurants are paying their fair share of, because they're expanding their restaurant footprint?
Great question, council member. So again, time and place during COVID, the objective was how do we as quick as possible, support our local merchants. And so the question about fees, it wasn't the priority, right? I think the idea was let's get something up and running so our businesses don't shut down. And we've heard anecdotally from a number of our merchants that this, largely saved some of the businesses over the past handful of years. And so that's where we do want to come up with that set of design guidelines so that there isn't the variation from the safety K-rails, the orange safety bollards that are very much temporary. Construction sort of serves a different purpose to something that you saw a lot of input, a lot more money invested when we think about like a Mi Pueblo or the parklet that's in front of Mi Pueblo. A lot more time, a lot more money spent to come up with that. I don't know if we ever nailed down exactly how much was spent, because I think there was a lot of sweat equity that went into creating the Mi Pueblo parklet. But that's another consideration that we have is we don't want to make it so expensive, so onerous that it's not worth it for a sponsor to come in during this 3-year pilot program. So the question about fees, and then I'll address the sidewalk dining first. There's a separate program called our sidewalk dining permit. And so it's an encroachment permit. It goes through Public Works, and it's relatively minimal, the fee. And that was a program that stood on it in and of itself before the pandemic. And so at this point, I think what we're doing is when new merchants are asking about, hey, I'd love to get sidewalk dining permit, we're sort of we're basically combining this effort with the sidewalk dining permit program. And so there's a separate fee structure. the question about how do we inform the public, it's, once we come up with a solution and a program, it's just about advertising and making the community aware that, hey, did you know that a local merchant is able to pull a permit with the city to have 2 or 3 cafe style, I'm thinking in front of the coffee shop, little bistro tables, and that's for the use of the private entity there. And so parklets are a little bit different. Again, we would recommend that there's a public component to it, and I do think it would address the initial question you had about what happens when the business is closed on off hours and there's nobody in the parklet. And so that's where, our staff recommendation of requiring some public element so that even if Della isn't open and serving, there is still a public value that we're getting by losing those parking spaces, by creating that space. Because ultimately, that's the intent of this, right? When we go through those goals, is there's an economic component, but we also want to make it beautiful, right? We want to beautify downtown, and we also want to, create places for people to gather. I mean, if you think about when you come downtown now, myself, there's a certain budget that you have to have in mind, and so there's not many places outside of Putnam Plaza, outside of a sliver in front of, along Water Street. We don't have many of those public places. And so this, again, is sort of this lower threshold opportunity to bring more of that activation that has a co-benefit, to our local merchants.
Thank you. The questionnaires were great, and thank you for reaching out to the stakeholders. That's really important. And when we get to the fee structure, I'm really looking for a breakdown of what, of course, we have charged in the past, what other communities charge, and what the stakeholders are willing to charge or be charged. And we can decide, or I can at least decide from there. Thank you.
A couple of questions. So this is all about the public right-of-way, and there's so much things that are in the private right-of-way. Are we needing to enhance our guidelines on the private side, and when was that envisioned?
It's going to have to be a case-by-case basis. Again, many of the projects were approved for a certain use in mind. And so that's where the site plan and architectural review comes in. So we do have a sort of minor version of that that can be done administratively, approved by me. And so we would want to take those at a case by case.
I hear you saying it's, at one of the shopping centers, it's all up to the shopping center to come in and appeal. And that's part of our design process currently, right? And so would there be no need to further codify things? I mean, I think you mentioned Bellini. It was a great repurpose use. Is that a tricky permit to get? Do we, if we want to incentivize more of the whole outdoor dining feel, do we need to go back in and change anything? Is a building permit, I'm going to ask you, is a building permit hard to get for the street stuff? So first I want to ask you if it's hard to get for private. Are those, Ambrosia set up on North Boulevard, and unfortunately that didn't help them enough. But private property permits, are they difficult to get?
I don't think so. That said, there's a process we have that's per our code, our zoning code. So it's an administrative site plan architectural review. We have a process, we have a fee structure set in place that runs base fee is $2,500 plus staff time. And so we've done a number of them in this past year. And there's currently a handful also going through a review process too. and there's no changes that we are needing at this time.
Okay, great. And then on the public right-of-way side, same thing with the building permits being difficult. Is it possible to set up the material type, minimum standards and things like that? Planning and building deal with minimum standards for things. Is it possible to set up a minimum standard so we can make sure it all stays at your level with clarity? I mean, an aesthetic minimum standard as well as a building type. Obviously, the size and length and height is pretty easy, but the rest of it, material and aesthetic, is harder.
Absolutely, Mayor. We do have a safety, essentially it's a safety document that we would help, that it would inform the program. And so, and I'll give you an example of making sure that on the approach, so let's say you're coming in onto Kentucky, there's the parklet in front of Mi Pueblo, ensuring there's wheel stops, 48-inch in length on the approach, as well as having some sort of protective barrier. And so there's some metrics that our engineering team has already put much thought into, because we had to do it during the pandemic. And so we spent some time earlier this year not codifying that, but just reaffirming that what worked from a safety perspective back in 2020 is still applicable here. And so that's going to make for a much more smoother permit process.
Yeah, I'd love that smoother permit process part. If we remove parking, is it possible to connect up with that, like 1/4, 1/5 of every spot removed is installed as bike parking? Is there a nexus we can make to put that in this thing? Because if we get more people downtown, they're going to want to come in their bike, and there isn't, you don't want them putting them in the T tables, and so we need to.
Absolutely. So this is a great question. It's something that we would want to coordinate with our public works counterparts, because there is sort of a parallel track of identifying appropriate places, not just in downtown, but throughout our city for bike racks. And so I would assume, or I would want to look at this program offering the appropriate safety, having the appropriate number of bike racks, but I don't want to do that in a vacuum without Public Works. So if, let's say they have a plan for 3 bike racks along Kentucky, then
this is the kind of creep that the building permit question went to. If he comes in and says, I want to build a thing, and you say, well, I got to check with Public Works, then it's not as administratively easy for you to approve. But I get what you're saying, but I'd like to find a smooth pathway through that. And then my key questions on clearances, tables on sidewalks. We can probably come up with a clearance required clearance minimum, and there are some that we feel already are very cluttered when you walk through it. It's like you're walking through the restaurant, where on the sidewalk, which I would not be in favor of, and it doesn't apply quite as much to parking. The clearance, if you remove parking, it isn't a clearance question, but whereas a sidewalk is. I wonder about other public spaces like Putnam Plaza right now. Is it a different use of the public right-of-way being a park versus being a sidewalk? Are you going to differentiate in the ordinance? Can you differentiate in the ordinance for more sensitive areas?
You can, and you probably should. And so to answer the first part of your question, it's essentially by code, and so following the ADA compliance with, ensuring that there's a smooth approach from sidewalk into the parklet, and so and then making sure that the grading is level, and so there's some parts that are often used. They're basically risers, and so all the accessibility requirements, we have that all dialed in with the technical design standards. And so those would be a bare minimum when it comes to the parklets. And then you had the second part of the question, Mayor. I apologize. Would you mind repeating?
I just think the public utilization of a park is different than the public utilization of a sidewalk, and whose competing interest is really being filled.
Yes. Thank you for repeating that. So we do recommend that we take, because of its uniqueness, and there's already an ongoing process in coordination with other city departments, Putnam Plaza is sort of a separate project, but I think we can learn from some of the lessons learned from Free Range and apply it to sort of the next iteration of Putnam Plaza, because I do believe that technically it is a park, a city park. The other one that comes to mind that I think would warrant a much more focused discussion and engagement would be around Water Street. So, currently we do have 2 merchants that it's essentially seasonal, right? So when the wet weather comes up, we have the tents, and so there's Cucina, there's Reese BC, but I do think there's a larger desire, and some of that is taking over parking spaces. Some of that is just encroaching in public right-of-way and city property. I do think there should be a much more measured discussion about what to do with Water Street as a whole, and also sort of ties nicely into the Trustful conversation as well. And so for those reasons, those are sort of separate. What we're proposing as part of this 3-year pilot parklet program is much more focused on the repurposing of parking spaces into public.
And that kind of lends to the next question, which is about sort of more pop-up nature of things. I noticed that in front of the library or the museum, there's been kind of a pop-up. Used to have it tabled off for a while, or in front of Live Explore, it's going to pop up. And so will you have a subchapter that allows for, I guess it's a street encroachment permit? And would that need to be involved in this, or would you allow any kind of use if they got can you get an encroachment permit to close off parking spaces in front of your business?
I'm looking over at Public Works. I do
So
believe.
then let me rephrase the question. Can you put something in here that allows for pop-up utilization for?
We will, yes, we can work with our Public Works colleagues to
Because again,
explore that.
that streamlining a permit thing, if we ask Public Works, they have to check every rule that was ever written about street utilization. And same on Water Street. If those are seasonal tents, can the permitting process say you need these during, I guess, warm weather, or I don't know, because in warm weather people will show on foot, and in wet weather they might want to show in their car and be closer to the. Can you allow that variability in how a permittee asks for, so that they know they can ask that question?
Yeah, I think we can and we will. I mean, ultimately, we want this program to be successful. And so if a merchant or a parklet sponsor wants to test it out for the spring and summer months, they may elect, we'll want to, I think we would want to allow that to happen. That said, there's going to be a cost, to
the merchant
building these, and so I think that's where
to the merchant.
So
the merchant will know their costs and know whether they'll make decisions.
Yeah.
We have to give them paths forward, routes to success, and so
yeah. So there's been, last summer, we traveled to Michigan. Again, that's very much a seasonal place for parklets, and so there was a number of towns that we visited where it was very clear that the parklets were a seasonal thing because it's snowing when it's not, half of the year. And so I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility for us.
Do you have a plan to close out the tent rental program that's currently underway? We heard earlier how cheap you can get partitions, pennies on the dollars. I mean, can the merchants get pennies on the dollars to buy whatever's up on their, I think on private, right? Mostly we're talking.
Nancy, would you just mind giving us an update on our tents, please?
We have tents on private property and on public right-of-way. And we've talked about, what do we do when the program is evolving, or, what's appropriate. I think that's going to come down to the design guidelines and whether we want to see that type of structure continue to be in the places where they are. And so we, as a city, I think, can make decisions about how we sell those tents or who we sell them to and so forth. But I also think it has to do with the aesthetics of whether we want the white vinyl tents on Water Street or next to Water Street, or maybe they need to replace the top, or, it does kind of come down to aesthetics.
So I would love to see them in this. The conversation of how we close out the old program should be part of what we're proposing to go forward. And anything that's existing should be grandfathered to the end of its utilization, and then be compliant with any future rule and guideline, aesthetic, or whatever in the future. But most of the stuff we have has like 5-year life, and we're 4 years in. So it probably doesn't have much cash value, and it doesn't have much life before we get to go to the next level. So, and that's for some of the bigger ones. I mean, there are some pop-ups, and that's a different conversation, but the bigger ones, heavy-duty tents and stuff, they still have limited life. So that's
Yes.
those are my questions.
And Mayor, I'll just add, we do, the city does own all the tents that you see up. And so to your point, they are sort of getting to the end of usefulness. And so we were even having a conversation this morning about components of them, whether it's the concrete foundation sort of scaffolding and some of that stuff that we may continue to use and repurpose for city service, but much of the vertical plastic and vinyl isn't in the best shape, and so we do expect, this is probably the last year, and then we'd have to revisit the need to.
So isn't most of it fully depreciated? Just to keep this in the form of a question, isn't it fully depreciated, and couldn't we assist our businesses in this transition? Thanks. Yes. And that's my questions for now. Councilmember Shribs?
So you mentioned one thing I was curious about. When you're talking about parklets and mostly parking, but there's also mini parks, whereas there's enough environmental architects in town here who would easily come up with some beautiful little designs for a parking spot with maybe some trees or structures or artwork and things like that, but creating a park setting, which I can see some economic advantage to if we had a couple of those downtown. So you're walking down the street, with someplace to sit and rest for a little while, have my ice cream, and then move on to the next place and maybe grab something to eat and sit down, and I'll have that. But it's a park that would be basically city designed, city paid for, and city maintained, because it's a park, even though it's a parklet. So is our Parks Department and the city open to having some of our architects start making some proposals for some downtown parklets? And if once we accept those, is there a way of getting that into our budget and into our maintenance stream for what we want to do? Because that would, I would imagine, actually provide really good economic benefit total. That'd be on return of cost benefit. There would be a huge return, I would think, doing something like that. We've seen that in other cities. So is the city staff open to moving in that direction?
I love the concept. Would obviously need to have more discussion with our counterparts, with the rest of the staff, about the park component. But I think just the idea of creating places that will be usable for the public downtown, and that are that is relatively low cost and accessible to the general public, I think there's a lot of support for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Down.
Thank you. To add to what the mayor was talking about with the tents versus, those are all weather. And I would love to see open air dining, when those structures go away, because a lot of the photographs you showed are open air dining in front of these restaurants. And I know Petaluma has fog and you have to wear a parka in the middle of August. And we love our warm summer nights that happen like maybe 3 times a month in the summer months. But, we're used to it. And we dine outside anyway with the heaters. So can we talk about open air dining, even if the structures go away? Can we have a fee for, I don't know if it's different with encroachment, if they're not using a structure. B Street in front of the Wild Goat, it has a huge structure. And I don't even know if it's full all the time. I see a lot of people inside the hallway of the Great Pillow Mill eating and inside the restaurant. And then they have this big tent outside, which isn't even being used all the time. So, or maybe just the days I go. But I love the open air dining like they do in other countries and other places, the warmer places, of course. And I know they're all over Europe. So can we talk about what the fee structure, because that's sort of like the little bistro tables on the sidewalk. Thanks.
Absolutely. So maybe part of the fee policy section, we can go into a little bit more detail, but just conceptually, I think outside of just ensuring the safety, and so not wanting to have, for example, heaters under a canopy, right? There's probably some fire, or not probably, there is some fire safety codes that we have related to that. But all the project elements, that's sort of the beauty of having the workshop, is we can get that input from council on what they want to see. That's sort of where the recommendation was going with having umbrellas, so that they're not so permanent when you don't need them, because I think we all know once 5 o'clock hits, I like to call it the bodega breeze. It comes in and it changes the weather quite dramatically. And so I think it lends some flexibility in doing so, whether you want it to be open air versus having some shade element. And so short answer is yes.
Thank you. And let's open it to public comment at this point. Have we received any emails, cards and letters from public?
We have not, but we do have several cards. I can read the instructions first.
Please do.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Thank you. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
So I believe we have about 8 cards here, so I'd like everybody to keep at 2 minutes tonight. We're going to set it at 2 minutes for comments tonight. And our first speaker will be Thomas Maxted, to be followed by Daniel Bleakley-Formey.
2 minutes ain't enough. I got a year's worth of comments for you, but a picture's worth 1,000 words. My name's Thomas Maxted. I live at 902 Western Avenue, adjacent to the Parklet at 900. And one thing I hear in all this discussion about Parklet is not public safety. Nobody's mentioned public safety. The area that I live in is adjacent to 5 local schools, and I gave copies of this to the clerk. In total, there's almost 1,900 children within 3 blocks of this, basically a bar in the street is what it's become. It inhibits the access for the children. They have to basically pass through a bar, which sometimes they can't even get through. They've taken over the entire sidewalk. Kids riding their bikes in the pictures again are pushed into the street by this obstruction, basically structure that's 40 by 8 by 10. It's the size of a city bus, and putting flowers on it doesn't fix it. It's a public safety hazard. Western Avenue is a major thoroughfare, one of 3 main arteries leaving town. Heavy commercial traffic, 18-wheelers of every type, John Deere combines, all in the photos. Excuse me. Gosh, I really have 9 pages, so I see I have 45 seconds left. It's a public safety issue, and I'd like to summarize this, and I will email it to you with all these comments that I have. And that's on the public side of it. These kids are at risk. They're in the street, and they're having to navigate through a bar. It's not downtown. It's Western Avenue. It's the last stop sign before everybody hits the gas out of town. It's a risk, a big risk to these kids. Trust me, I see it. I'm retired. I live there. I see it every day. Again, in the photographs. 14 seconds left. I live next door. It's becoming a complete encroachment on my property. It's commercialized by driveway. There's broken glass. There's people that spill out into my front yard. It's become a loitering, littering mess. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we hear your points. Now.
I will condense these and email it to you. I wasn't prepared to do that.
Thank you.
Please look at the photographs. It's all there.
Daniel Blakeney Formby, to be followed by April Frederick.
Hello, thank you, Councilman and Mayor. I'm Daniel Blakeney Formby. I own Jupiter Foods on 100 Petaluma Boulevard North. I was part of the free range program. The staff who put that together was a godsend at the time when I was opening my business, and it certainly helped launch me into where I am now. What I'd like to come in front of council for tonight is to ask the points about the equitable designation of this space. Anything in public space seems to be needing a same design review as that's on private. I feel like the restaurants that have the parklets now, we all designate them as who belongs to, and for me as a vested interest person in the downtown, I want it to be right for everybody. And what I see is that restaurants that have those parklets, they seem to own them. And the comments that were part of what the staff had presented, being that it's public space that can be utilized by everyone at any time, is of utmost importance. As well, I'd like to point out that the design review, the design review of those spaces should also be something that's well considered. The tents that we have on Water Street now, the tents that we have around town, are looking dated. They're looking old. They give our town a dusty look. And as a businessman downtown, I would like to elevate all of us all at once, and not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. April Frederick, to be followed by Josh Simmons.
Hi, I'm April, the owner of Estuary on Petaluma Boulevard. Thank you for the survey on the parklets. The 3 highlights I took away from the findings are public space for everyone, concern about parking downtown, and more public spaces on Water Street. I love Petaluma, especially downtown Petaluma. This is why I decided to invest my money and start a retail store during COVID in the town. Petaluma is a special place because of the amazing food, architecture, art, and shopping. Did you know the #1 reason people come here is for shopping? I would like to see that parklets serve and help everyone. I would love to see Water Street used and activated. I'd love to see a place where all ages can hang out and gather. It would be great to see shared parklets where restaurants could use it, but people could just sit and gather and have coffee at any time. I'd like to see a parklet program that it is today, ended before the holiday season. That is the time when most retailers make most of their money that help carry us through the slower seasons. Giving them 6 months does not help retail at all. Restaurants with parklets have had 4 years of financial support with extra seating. Retail and service has had no additional financial support. My biggest concerns with the parklet is the one behind Henry CBC that was number 7 on the map. It's underutilized, takes up many parking spaces. It also blocks the safe walkway on next to the river, so people are walking on the cobblestone. I support all of my fellow business owners. I want all businesses to do well and to support our community. Please support all businesses by giving us back parking, developing a new parklet program. Please see this sunset parklet program to be sunsetted in 3 months and make room to create new opportunities for our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Simmons, to be followed by Brian Moynihan.
Hello, thank you. My name is Josh. I'm a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee and Library Advisory Board, and former member of the Technology Advisory Committee. And I remember one meeting before we got started hearing how hard staff, Nancy and Ingrid and others, had been working after a particularly wild windstorm to make sure that the parklets and everything was still okay. I just want to thank city staff for all of the hard work put into the free range program and adapting us to the pandemic. And not only that, but also in making downtown a much more welcoming and hospitable place where we are reclaiming and activating parking spaces that are otherwise just subsidizing people's cars. We can get there on bike, we can walk, we can take public transit. Not only that, these outdoor dining experiences and other outdoor retail experiences alongside them allow us to have the economic benefit while accentuating what makes Petaluma so unique. We are there, we are appreciating the architecture, we're appreciating the river, we're appreciating the natural beauty of our town. I want to highlight also that parklets have a much deeper meaning. Parklets are something that are very important to people like me. You may notice I'm wearing a mask. So I have here a CO2 meter, which I travel with often. And Brian will remember this from the last in-person GPAC meeting I was at. A lot of our buildings in Petaluma are old, they're historic, and they're beautiful, but they're terribly ventilated. This room is less than half full, and the ventilation is it's not good. And so when you add into that a room that is full and people are dining and eating and having lively conversation, it becomes a space that is unsafe in terms of indoor air quality. One of the lessons of the pandemic is that air quality matters like water quality in terms of cholera. We haven't integrated the lessons yet. I like how this conversation is shaping up. Let's build and expand on what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Moynihan, to be followed by Christopher N.
Good evening again. I'm going to wear my hat as a property manager with Nexus Realty Group, Inc. We manage 5 downtown buildings, basically right on Western and Kentucky. And it's been interesting over the years. I'll give you a little background. Years ago, we built the Keller Street Garage, and those of you who don't remember, there was a parking assessment charged each of the property owners in that area. And they paid that assessment for over 20 years. So they, with the goal, of course, of relieving the parking congestion on Kentucky and the downtown area, providing more parking. So now that they paid it, the city's coming in and eliminating parking with the parklets and taking away the parking that is there. And, you know, I'm all for if individual projects want to come forward and be presented to the council, that's great. You can evaluate them. You can figure out what fee you want to charge them. All that type of thing is great. Coming up with a parklet program is a waste, I feel, of your time, your limited time and resources as a city. The problem when you get into, I did the survey, by the way, online, and the survey really didn't allow people to say no parking. There was one question that addressed it, really, that I remember. And, I think it was kind of more of a guided decision process. Okay, here's the architectural style. What do you think about fees and permits? If you want to figure out the fees and permits, charge the existing parklets those fees and permits now and see how many stick around. And, I would actually encourage you to eliminate all the ones left over. Now, I manage a building next to Mi Pueblo, and Nancy was kind enough to call us up during the pandemic and say, hey, do you mind if they kind of encroach on your building? And I said, no, they're good people, and I like the restaurant. And so we.
Thank you. 2 minutes has expired. I think we get your point, and feel free to submit by email the rest of the comments. Sorry. Christopher N., to be followed by Dave Alden.
My name is Christopher Neugebauer. I'm a District 6 voter. I had the misfortune recently of attempting to park on Kentucky Street. It actually took me 5 minutes to get from Western Avenue to Washington Street while I waited stuck behind people who were waiting in their cars in the middle of the street waiting to get a park themselves. 1 block, 5 minutes, I gave up. I went home. I'm just not that committed to giving you my extra incremental tax dollars, sorry, especially since there's nowhere else on Kentucky Street to spend time. I want to compare that to Water Street, which before the pandemic was just a place to park. And I think it's now one of the nicest parts of Petaluma. I go out of my way to spend time there, and Kentucky Street is somewhere where I can avoid if I can help it. And this is funny because, where do we come to show the rest of Sonoma County when they come to Petaluma on Butter and Eggs Day? It's Kentucky Street. It's the same for the antique fairs. But the other 360 days of the year, it's a mess that you can't actually visit, because even with 50-odd parking spaces, you can't actually park there. You just spend time parked in the middle of the street waiting for other people to park, and you give up. And it's been that way for as long as I've lived here. So why do I bring this up? Parklets do make our public spaces better. I don't miss being able to drive on Water Street. I love that I can walk along the riverfront or dine there. There's only one parklet on Kentucky Street right now, and I think freeing up 2 parking spaces isn't going to fix Kentucky Street. Kentucky Street's been broken since before we had parklets. Losing another 2 parking spaces won't make parking worse, but it will make the one street in downtown where we invite people from out of town incrementally better. We need to find a different way and a different place to fix parking downtown. But in the meantime, let's have more parklets and make our downtown somewhere where we can actually spend time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Alden, to be followed by Marie McCusker.
Thank you. Lovely to be here this evening. I've been encouraging the city to have a parklet policy since 2016, so I'm pleased the conversation continues. I live a block and a half from Ray's. I visit there regularly. I think I've bumped into at least half the council at various times there. So, again, very committed to parklets. Well, what I want to talk about this evening is the imagination to have a range of things that parklets can do. I recently had reason to spend a couple of weeks in Cincinnati. It wasn't on my bucket list. It just worked out that way. But there's an old neighborhood called Over the Rhine in Cincinnati, old German neighborhood going through some nice renovation. In the middle of it is a place called the Findlay Public Market. Really a lovely place, great food. And around it are some parklets for small startup food businesses, not ready to take the risk of buying a place in the market, but it's a way to get started, see if there is a market there, if they can grow their business and make it more successful. Walking from Findlay Market back toward downtown Cincinnati, the primary street is Vine. Regularly as you walk down Vine, there are parklets. Great place to sit and eat. I did so one morning, had a great brunch. But more importantly, they narrow one of the traffic lanes to 10 feet. So here you have a major street going from a burgeoning neighborhood back downtown, and yet traffic is going 20 miles an hour because the parklets are creating that edge friction that slows traffic. Double benefit. As we get into downtown, you have a sort of an unusual situation where the Bengals play at one end of a small street and the Reds play at the other. You have 3 blocks of largely parklets because 100 days a year you have thousands and thousands of fans coming to hang out. It's one of the most jovial, friendly places to be in Cincinnati. So again, 3 different uses of parklets in one town. Yes, the last one does not apply at all to Petaluma. Nonetheless, it indicates the range of things that parklets can do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And Marie McCusker would be our last speaker of the evening.
Good evening, Council and Mayor MacDonald. Going back, I was part of building those parklets. I got a Creative Sonoma grant, and I had $30,000 to build 3 parklets. 2 of them were shared, the Rays and Fassbinder, and Stockholm and the Bagel Mill, and also me, Pueblo. We wanted to, the objective of that exercise was to get people outside, to save restaurants, and also to find money to pay artists. We were able to do all of those. We actually had Kevin Clark from Radiant Steel. He built Muy Pueblo from all the stuff that he had in his back garden. We built that for peanuts. Muy Pueblo had to put a floor in and had to put a roof on it. So they did have to invest. Structural engineers were used for all of them. And we found a very quick way of doing those projects. It was ad hoc because it wasn't like, well, where would we like a parklet? It was who wanted one and what could we do creatively? And I think what came of this was opportunity. COVID changed the world, obviously. We were able to market Petaluma as a place to come during COVID because you were safe to eat outdoors. And it worked. We managed to save most of our restaurants by doing that. Retail wasn't ready to come out. We didn't know what to do with retail. They were offered, but they weren't able to be inside and outside at the same time. So I think there's so many things that we've learned from this, and I do think we're time to look at a new parklet program. But I would encourage you to stay creative. Let's get that artistic flavor in our town. That's what we're known for. Let's keep people outside. Europe, everyone's outside. Let's not get inside and close ourselves up. I think as a destination, I think your public have told you they want to be outside. I want to be outside. I make that choice every time. And we have dogs. When people can't pet travel, they...
Thank you very much. And with that closes public comment. I'd like to bring it back up to the council for comment. And let's ask for a little clarity from staff first. You want us to hit on a couple of points specifically. I captured use, location, density, frequency, design, fees, transition, but I think there's some others. So if you would recap them. There we go. Look at that. Okay. So those are the 7 items. We'd like to try and phrase our otherwise broad commentary into these types of comments. So who would like to lead off up here? Councilmember Barnacle.
Happy to start. Thank you for the presentation. And I concur with what Josh said too, that thank you for the work to make this happen during COVID. I couldn't agree more with what Marie and Dave said about fostering creativity. When we think about our general plan and like the opportunities that they identified for us to really lean into like our artistic and our like the art culture that we have here that's really budding. I think it's really important. And I think it's important not to just make this about the bid because I think that there's so many creative ideas that the people of Petaluma are going to come up with that we're not going to tonight. You're not going to in City Hall. I think about places like Belfair and Hector's and things like that. A couple of parking spaces gone in that parking lot for an outdoor seating area could be really, really spicy and really activate that area especially with the high school right down the street. I don't want to eliminate those opportunities because as we think about reimagining, like these are sort of like step one to doing that. I think the mayor was hinting at it about allowing for temporary installations. I think that's a must because parklets can be fairly expensive. And and we don't want to have, an easy up there for 3 months or 3 years in this case. But I think that, a weekend or a week or something like that to pilot something before you're going to spend, $15,000 on an engineering drawing should be, or $15,000 on, what is an architectural drawing, and then the construction and the materials and all that. You should be able to see, like, is this even going to vibe with my space? I have a lot of heartburn about design guidelines for parklets because I think they're going to really just hinder our the creativity. It may be a more extended process. I hate to say that, and maybe we do have some canned ones, but I would prefer to not be too prescriptive here, and especially that's another reason why I want to make it allowable to get outside of the downtown, because when we don't have the overlay of historic preservation, that comes with doing anything in our downtown, I think it'll open itself up to a lot of creativity. I think uses, I definitely think that, especially if we're going to be charging fees, that the business that is paying the fee for that space should have a priority use for their space. But at the same time, it should be, I think it's mandatory that it also is for public use. One of the things that I've noticed about certain parklets is that they become what feel like storage units during the winter months. And I think that maybe is just because the tents are there and then they can use them. But I'd like to see that, when I think about like the tents on Water Street where, if that was a gazebo or something like that and more permanent, it wouldn't be such an eyesore to just have a bunch of white vinyl out there on the waterfront, collecting things. And then when it's not in use, people can, do whatever they need to there. But we should be trying to create inviting places with these. I think the uses, on the topic of uses, pickleball's a great one. I'd love to see more pickleball courts in parking lots. Bike parking, we talked about, there's an effort to bring bike corrals downtown. Really what's kind of held up that conversation, Mayor, is we have to add, I think, like 11 ADA parking spaces, and they want to make sure they locate those at the optimal places before bringing in the bike corrals. But, I will be actively patronizing the first business to use their parklet money to build a bike corral in front of their business. So I'd love to see that. So on the fees, I struggle with this. I certainly don't want to make it a lot. It's not lost on me that nobody pays for parking right now. And so to pay for anything more than the permit, to give the public back its space from the, I struggle with that. At the same time, if a business is using it, then, there is value there too. But I really struggle with the idea that we're going to be, making a premium on these parking spaces that right now we're not. In terms of density, I think Healdsburg's is way too low. I don't think we need to be at 50%. I don't think we need to be at probably 30%, but 5% feels low. And I like the residential use case that Councilmember Scherbs gave. I think that there's part of this too is like we learned from the free range program because we had this imperative to try and save businesses, and I think it's really important that we recognize that like the creative ideas that are going to come from the community, like I've talked to some people who live on 5th Street and they're getting the Greenway, and they would love to put a parklet out in front of their house and turn like that into like a hangout for the kids to come and, you know, sit outside and, you know, sell lemonade or read books or whatever, and just like make that a designated part of the 5th Street Greenway, right? We've got to encourage that creativity so we get new models that other people look at in other parts of the city and are like, I'm bringing that over here. I want that, you know, suburban parklet over here. So I think it's important that we continue to like use this program to foster creativity. And that might mean, you know, the thing that concerns me about not having preset design guidelines like what you identified is it's just the amount of time and cost that everything's going to take if we have to keep going back and forth. But when, you know, I just I think the purpose is to get something done too, and so. You know, dragging on a process for a parklet. I was part of the Raise Parklet, and that was one of the most frustrating experiences in my life, getting that approved. And it was the design that you don't like, we don't like it either. We wanted it to be way better. We wanted it to be way better. But that, I mean, that has given, you know, it's contributed to, you know, way more life on that corner. I'm sorry you don't like it. It's quite frankly my third spot. It is, and so I feel very different. But you know, that's my comments for now.
Thank you very much. Would we be comfortable going across the dais? Are you ready?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think I want to start with, well, I just want to talk about the Howard Street project and how when we were discussing about the Howard Street project, we were looking at doing a one-way down Liberty Street, which gives X amount more parking. You know, and you could probably, you know, really look at that when we look at the parking for downtown is how we can actually maybe make more one-way streets so the parking is more like Kentucky Street. And so you get a lot more than just, you know, backing in parking. So I think, because I'm not as worried about parking as long as we're really looking at what we're going to do with the surrounding areas, because I don't mind walking a block or two into town. That's, you know, it's good exercise and I think that's a good thing. But I do have a problem when I go downtown and I fortunately go to Jupiter Foods and I say, can I leave my bike there? And then I, you know, hook it up to their wrought iron. And so I really think we need to really tackle bike parking downtown because I'm tired of going downtown and not having any spaces to park unless you know somebody and they're really nice and they let you lock your bike up. As far as public use, I think that, you know, I go downtown a lot and I meet people and and I don't want to go into a coffee shop because I don't particularly like spending $6 on a cup of coffee, so that's something I don't do. And I ended up going to Lunchette and using their table and had a meeting with a few people. And so I feel like downtown there just isn't any public space for the public really to use, and yet there's these chairs and tables down there, and you don't know if you're supposed to use them or not. And I feel like Water Street, we really need to look at Water Street and what we want to do there, and also possibly extending Putnam Park across to Water Street. You know, you have parking there, and this is why I'm talking about parking in other areas so people can actually walk downtown and, you know, really having a lot of public access, because I realize, you know, we want to have this as shared public spaces, but are they really going to be shared? And we don't have enough of that type of space downtown. As far as creativity for these parklets, I think I support Dennis Poske's comment, you know, doing something artistic. And, art can be controversial, but I think art is really important, and also greenery around those spaces. If it's not trees, then it needs to be some type of a green space. And I think, when we're talking about Water Street, we kind of have to visualize, when the trestle is there also for that public space. But would we allow, as an example, just like little pop-up carts? Somebody wants to do that. I mean, so how's that going to fit in here? Or is it somebody that has a building? Or can we do it with somebody that doesn't have a building but has a pop-up? And, how could they use Water Street for it? I go down to Water Street a lot, and I do feel as though the public aspect has been really choked down. It's really hard to even ride your bike from one area to the other when the tents are there because they're so large. And I just think we need to look at public space, not just at parklets, but how the public space is going to be utilized so the public can actually walk around. I think the value of parklets and outdoor dining is I can bring my dog, and a lot of people do travel and they bring their animals, and they need a space to bring their animals. And I do think we can get a lot more creative on what these parklets are, but I think the size can be problematic. If you have one business downtown, and it is Mi Pueblo, they have tables on the street, and then they have a parklet, and then they have their restaurant in town, inside the building, and somebody's paying for that. I mean, they're making money on this, and I think that we should recoup. And I don't really like to see if you have a parklet and then all of a sudden you're now using this street also, or the sidewalk, excuse me. I mean, it just seems like it's really impeding. And I don't know what the right number would be. And so I'm not going to comment on that because I honestly don't understand what, or know what number to say. And I just don't think it should be exclusive use unless you're paying for exclusive use. And that's it for right now, but I'll probably have more as we go along. Let me look at my notes real quick. Hang on. And as far as the east and west side, I mean, the difference is a lot of the shopping centers. I mean, the shopping centers have to have guidelines if they chose to do something, or how does it work when it's private?
So generally, the project will get approved. The site plan itself would get approved, so it would identify if there's any like cafe seating outside of, let's say, Panda Express on the east side. And so typically that gets approved at the planning commission level when it gets through site plan and architectural review. And then any modifications, unless what was approved originally allowed for some flexibility, it would require a resubmittal of a SPAR. And that's, again, to make sure that if you're losing 20 parking spaces and you were approved to accommodate 250 parking spaces, there's a little oversight that the city is providing just to make sure that there's a balance.
Well, I really hope in these shopping centers that are overparked that maybe we can get some housing in there instead of parklets. I think it would be better economically. There was one other thing. I prefer shade. You're down in Water Street, and here we put these chess tables, and you're out in the heat. And so I think that when we look at projects, we do need to look at shading, and we need to look at more benches so people can sit. It's not just, for me, about parklets. It's about really accommodating people so they can sit if they need to, because we are an aging community. And I think that's all of my comments for now, but we definitely need bike parking in downtown. And if we're going to be putting a parklet in, we have to look at the bike parking. Even though people don't realize that people do bike, we really do, and there is no space. And so it's difficult to go downtown and shop. And I do want to say I know Eleone's in the audience, and if I'm not parked close and I buy something that is way too heavy and I can't get to my car, they always come out to my car and put it in the car. We make arrangements that I'll just drive over and then they can put it in if I'm driving. And I really appreciate that they accommodate those needs, because there was a time in Petaluma when everybody thought you were supposed to park in front of the store that you were going to. And those days are kind of over. And so just accommodations like that, the merchants do is very much appreciated.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm just starting off saying I believe parklets are going to be a huge economic advantage to us to keep that going. The public really wants them. Public likes to eat outdoors particularly. But if you look at what we've done so far for COVID, we had like 30 or plus parklets, and we have 13 now, and they're all restaurants. So the viability of having just the business format, being able to serve tables outside, and people want to enjoy outside. You go to Mary's Pizza, and there's always someone eating outside. You go to some of the other shops in the shopping centers that have tables outside, and if it's not even, except for when it's raining, there's always somebody outside eating the food outside. So we definitely have a strong desire to be able to socialize outside. Some of the things to be aware of. I went to folks in a forestry seminar, and they talked about the importance of shade and how much shade can benefit us physically against the rise in heat. And we're already predicting this summer to being the hottest on record, as was last summer. And this is even going to be hotter is what the prediction is. So we're going to see a lot more hot days, 90, even 100 degrees, pretty consistently. So shade is real important, and it turns out that shade structures, including buildings, provide more heat relief from heat stress than do even trees. So trees do a good job, but maybe only 50% of what an actual shade structure does. And shade structures are different between what protects you from rain than what protects you from the sun. So some are designed more for sun, and some are designed more for keep the rain off of you in the fog. So we want to look at, if we're going to do design, to actually say, okay, we want to be able to do, and here we're getting into permanency, semi-permanent, or temporary situations. So it might be a little different. So if it's only going to be there for a week, temporary is one thing. But if it's going to be more even seasonal, we're talking about semi-permanent level. And if they're going to be year-round, still I would say we need to make it semi-permanent, because they have to come off they got to build the road and repair the road at some point in time. So it's got to come off the road, repair the road, put it back. So I think everything you showed us in the slide deck that's in the guidebook that you sent us, the workbook, they were all essentially semi-permanent. They were all on the street, but they were able to be removed. Even all the connections that were made between all the railings and everything could be dismantled pretty easily and then brought off, fix the street, put it all back. So that's one of the things we want to do, is make sure that the design element includes a semi-permanent style as well as safety. And then when I get to safety, of course, we for sure are talking about safety from people getting hit by cars if they're going to be anywhere in the street. So not all that covered, but we need to cover all the other safety issues too. I was brought up about alcohol and social safety also needs to be included. And I think if it's really good that, let's say, Ray's, which has alcoholic drinks, and it's very popular, and it's so popular, it's been extremely successful. It's a good story. However, when it gets a little bit abusive of the privilege and in public drinking outside on the sidewalk, that's basically illegal, I think, right? So that has to be managed better if we're going to allow alcohol, especially in the evenings, that it doesn't turn into a big street party at every one of these establishments. So there needs to be some rules and regulations that are stringent and regulated and enforced when we do something like that. Since we did all this mostly because of COVID and to survive the businesses, we basically almost like free reign, freestyle. I mean, basically we helped them out. We bought them tents and did all that. But basically now that COVID is over, it's basically a private taking of public land is what they have. So yes, there needs to be fees since they're taking public land, and we need to make them safe. So as you said, evenness of pavement needs to be included in the designs if we're going to do this. I don't sit outside of on Water Street because I watch the servers try to walk across the cobblestones, and I'm afraid they're going to trip and fall or sprain their ankles. It's very hazardous. I've tried walking it. My wife won't walk on the cobblestones at all. It's too. She hurt herself every time she goes because she sprains an ankle every time she walks on the cobblestones. So if they're going to do that, it needs to be a semi-permanent, and those cobblestones better be covered and made totally flat if they're going to do that. And not have the cobblestones there. You remove and replace, or cover them up entirely and make everything level. Mi Pueblo, I did hear complaints that it got expanded way too long and started impinging on the next door business. And when you're in front, and if you go to France and anywhere, they're always in front of the store and not expanding beyond. And they're side by side. There's 10 restaurants in a row, bam, 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 right? You walk by them, and there could be 10 restaurants straight in a row right down the block. So. Density is not that much of a concern if there's 3 or 4 in a row. When it comes to parking, there's so much. When parades happen, we close down Kentucky Street entirely. 20,000 residents show up, 10,000 visitors show up, and they all seem to find a parking space. And they all seem to be able to walk downtown there. So I'm not worried about parking downtown. If we can have huge parades with 30, 40,000 people showing up, all arriving on a completely parkless street. No cars parked on it. So that can't be a real problem because folks are willing, when it comes to that, they will walk the 3 blocks to get there. And folks even walk up the half mile when those situations. But there's always parking within 3 blocks of Kentucky. There is walking. And if we put more handicap spots instead, and some of the parklets would be for handicap and for biking, bring more people in because they can park the handicap in the park and the bicyclists. I do not take my bicycle downtown. Most of the time I can, and I have. And my fear, because I have an electric bike, and that's the biggest theft item now that's on the market right now. There's people that go around with vans. They actually follow an electric bike, watch the electric bike be parked wherever it is, and in 30 seconds it's gone. There's actually professionals that do that now. So I don't go downtown to park because I have no place to park my bike. Basically, that I feel safe. So we need safe parking with security cameras for the bicycles because it's an easy theft item. It doesn't take much to take one away. They have all the equipment. They got torches. They've got chain locks. I mean, they got everything they need to remove it within 30 seconds. Doesn't matter what lock you have. Okay, so that's just a few things. Let's see, go on. I talked a little bit about the semi-permanencies. We need to be a little bit more expansive in opportunity to allow the public to be more creative. Let the artists really come out and say, hey, this is what's possible. Retail stores, I know that Saks on Fifth Avenue, they always have furniture and stuff out in front on their sidewalk, but they still walk by, plenty of space, but they put it out appropriately. And it's amazing how many folks will stop by and look at that, and that seems to be snatched up more quickly than what happens inside the store. You go to a beach front somewhere, and so go to a beach town, and all the shops, all the beachwear is in front of the shops and everything. Come look at my stuff. These are all the stuff that's on clearance. If you don't want that, we'll come in and personally come on the door and we'll fit you. So there's a huge amount of retail happening in beach storefronts. So we haven't learned how to do that here because they all disappeared on us, or we don't have the right space, or that takes 2 people, one outside to look versus inside. So we need to develop those systems with the businesses. We need to hear more about, can the businesses do that? We need to have more input from the businesses downtown, particularly. Can they manage that better? How can we help them manage that better? We need to, besides in the document that you gave us, you had a lot more than just restaurants pictured in there. You had a huge amount of parks, city-type parks that people put in front just to get people in front of them so they come into the stores. There was senior exercise. We were talking about the need for senior exercise places. And there were several examples that were shown in what you gave us in the slide deck, everything. So putting in, this is where the city would have more things that they would do just themselves, and a couple parking spaces here and there, besides the bikes. We were talking about residential a little bit, the semi-permanencies, we talked about the cobblestones, fees. And if we're going to have restaurants that make good money now, both indoors and outdoors, The outdoor space, if they're getting as much business or even more business outdoors than they are indoors business, why are we not renting the space at the same price that the indoor space is worth? So if it's going to be a restaurant making good business, maybe a fee structure, maybe based on type of business or type of square footage that they use. Restaurants are going to be the biggest money makers on using the street, so they should be charged a little bit more than maybe some of the others. So I'd see maybe a different fee structure based on volume of dollars income from that spot also. So a base fee plus so many dollar return on, it's like we have the TOT tax somehow. So adding a TOT tax fee on top of a small basic fee might work really well to show financial. So we're not taking all the money from everybody, so that we have incentive for folks that are small, you doing something small. But if they're doing a big thing, restaurants, which is $100 a meal for lunch now, is what I've been going to. Lunches sometimes with a couple drinks, the appetizer lunch, they're ending up even lunches now, minimum of $50. And for two people, I'm spending $70 just for lunch and up to $120 for dinners now. So when you have 4 tables out there and you're running through 20 or 30 tables per couple out within a few hours, that's a bunch of money versus someone that has a rack of clothes that they sell maybe 5 items out of there for $20 on their clearance sale. Not fair comparison. So fee structure based on volume of sales that are being done, just like a TOT tax might be looking into, as well as maybe a base price for just square footage being used. Again, just be more creative on things that we could be doing. Ministerial, I think if you set up very generic on safety things, so much banisters for safety, clearance for walking, clearance for parking, no parking big orange ugly things. They have to be in part of the structure architecturally, should be demanded on that. No more of the structures like that for safety. Safety should be included in the design feature. And art needs to be, and they all need to be a little different. So it has to be an art element of some sort at some level, even if it's a very simple bench that's artistically done, not just your standard bench stuck out front. So that has to be included. I talked a little bit about safety as well as for even especially if there's alcohol, and in the future if there's marijuana being allowed on the street, smoking or vaping, because people are vaping now and you can't tell what's in that vaping. So there needs to be some controls on that, so it's not just some huge party that just overspills out other places. So more rules, make sure those are included as far as vaping as well as alcohol, and control of crowd and number of people, just like we do for the fire indoors. Should be number of people outdoors, also a limitation. Same number, it should be limited for same thing, fire hazard, same thing with people congested in an area hazard. And I'd love to see that slide deck that you had there. I'd like to see it advertised in the email that's sent out. Say, hey, folks, here's some ideas about parklets. What do you think? I think you just should publish that in the email going out to the city. Okay, and I think I got all that covered. Those are the feedbacks. Did I covered everything?
Councilmember Healy, you're next up.
Okay.
I have a mercifully few number of comments. Actually, Councilmember Shrib's comments about alcohol raised some questions for me, and I don't want staff to respond to these now, but I know ABC made some temporary accommodations during COVID, and I don't know if those have been made permanent in this area or not, or what their plans are. And then the related thing there is, it seems to me we have some parklets where the restaurants have beer wine licenses, and we have other restaurants with parklets that have full licenses. And that might be a distinction that we might want to think about. And I don't want a staff response now, but I think that's something that you should give us options on and more information on, both the ABC thing and where they're headed, where they are now, and what the options will be in the future. I do think that where we do have parklets, I think they should be located adjacent to or in front of the business that's using them. The one that kind of gave me some heartburn during COVID was the one that was in front of the library, the museum, because that was businesses across the street kind of outsourcing their parking and encouraging jaywalking and creating a problem for our city museum. And then kind of relatedly to that, and this is maybe just implicit, but I think all of the parklets that we have now and all the ones that were being talked about, I think intended, are relate to an existing brick and mortar restaurant or establishment, as opposed to having someone pulling up a food truck or a hot dog cart and then having a parklet to go with that. So if that's not explicit, it should be. I do agree with Councilmember Now's earlier questions about number of days per week that our parklets are being used, and I think a business that only uses them 4 days a week, I don't think that's adequate, and I think we should have a minimum of 5 or 6 days a week. I do think that the program should be ministerial, except where the proposed parklet is either directly adjacent to or within a very few number of feet of an existing residential neighborhood. If that one up on Western had come to us, we might have come to a different conclusion, but that was handled ministerially, and I think that's a teachable moment for us, that we don't want to create that kind of a problem going forward. And there might be, the kind of the driveway impacts or the parking impacts on the adjoining residential neighborhood that I think the neighbors should be entitled to be heard. And then lastly, I do think that Water Street deserves special treatment, and I believe staff was indicating that. And I think especially the segment of Water Street between the Golden Concourse and the Balshaw Bridge should be given special treatment. One of the primary reasons that the bathtubs was not placed there was because it interfered with the ability to have special public events there. And yet now we have a major parklet there that does exactly the same thing. And I'd like to see if that one can be relocated in a way that is less obstructive to public events being held in that space, because I was on the council when we spent all the money on the cobblestones, and John, tell your wife I actually voted no on that. But the intent of that at the time was to allow special events to happen there, and it's never really lived up to its potential, and I'd like to see that happen. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
To save time, since it is almost 10 o'clock, I'm going to say that I do agree with the other previous council members. The items on safety, being creative, being artistic, Water Street having maybe special privileges because it was designed during the redevelopment days to be an outdoor dining area, but also for these community events. And also the bike thieves are really out in force. Unfortunately, it's a problem in Petaluma, so I agree with the council members. The Smart Station has lockers, and some people don't want to pay for those lockers, so they're locking their bikes up to the bike racks, and they're getting stolen. It's really sad because they jump on the Smart train, they come back to Petaluma, and a lot of the people who come to Petaluma are not from Petaluma. They're coming to enjoy our historic downtown, enjoy open air dining in the theater district, and that redevelopment money and those years that we had it, and we put in cobblestone and eggplanters that always need help being beautiful, but it added the open air dining. And that's one of the things that when I say to someone, I don't want to meet you in a coffee shop, I want to be outside so we can look at Petaluma, because that's what I'm meeting you about. Also, we have a wonderful group that comes around and cleans up the sidewalks now. Is it the street committee? Downtown. It's so late, I'm forgetting what they're called. But anyway, it's a wonderful partnership with the city and getting our sidewalks cleaned up. And you would want to eat down there in open air dining. I really don't like the closed off. Some of the, it's in a private area, parking lot, but Hallie's is a great example of open air, but it's also got some shade structures, but it's not closed in on all four sides. So it's really always popular. And so anyway, those are all my comments. I agree with the council. I'm going to save time.
Councilmember Posake.
Thanks. I agree with Councilmember Barnacle with use of the terms flexibility and creativeness and stuff. You know, I really think I like to see as few rules as possible to limit stuff. Location everywhere eventually. Density. I like some of the stuff in the LA document that has to do with I think things like before you go to the city, you have the approval of your 4 closest neighbors, something like that, whether it's residential or whether it's downtown. I mean, it seems like that's going to save difficulty later on. And maybe even the density goes that you talk to the 2 closest other existing parklets and see how they feel about another one between them. I don't keep the permits as simply as possible. The fees I would use to, really put the fee price up on someone that wants a totally private parklet, or if you will, a restaurant that wants it to be private. I'm not sure how to keep it simple and price it other than that. The fees, I mean, certainly less than $1,000 for one that's got some public benefit, and maybe going above that beyond. 3 to 6 month transition period. Let's see. I think the design rules, really, you can't infringe on the automobile lane that's right there, and you can't infringe on the sidewalk to keep people who have disabilities and such from getting where they need to go. I think you got to have shade if you're gonna be serving lunch. Maybe not otherwise, in terms of that. But I think that's something that can be done. I don't know, ministerial with good attention paid to the neighbors.
Thank you. I love everything we're hearing tonight. It's quite a bit. I hope you're going to look at the recording, not count on simple notes. But I mean, I did love Councilman Cater Thompson's comment that we should extend Putnam Park to the river. That's just an out-of-the-box idea I hadn't seen before, and I'd rather spend money on that before spend money on remodeling the existing Putnam Park. I think there's a value add for future meetings or whatever. I'd love to hear, have more context. Maybe I missed it about the Keller Street parking utilization already, so that we can have a perspective and what the existing percentage of lost spaces is in our current situation, so we can compare when we're trying to set a new standard on things. I also didn't know that we had a sidewalk dining program, and I don't know what governs closed racks or bicycle sales on streets now. So hopefully they all have the right kind of clearance requirements that we're looking for. And I concur the Water Street cobbles are a feature that didn't make the grade. But and I also didn't know that the Stockholm was a shared experience, leading me to my first point about use. I think public is great. I mean, specifically for a vendor when open, or if shared, state shared, so that people know they're not going in the wrong. I think signage maybe is the key answer there. Whatever we decide the use is, it has to be clear to the public, not just the permittee. I love that this is just a 3-year proposal. I'm okay with being all over, starting with the downtown bid, but it worries me when we get into a situation like Ray's. There has to be some sort of it's not turning out like we wanted to review period, where we can go back and look at that. And when I said pop-up, I really like the ideas of pop-up, but I meant that more in the term of a temporary, that a or seasonal from an existing brick and mortar frontage. It was not, did not have to do with inviting new vendors in, like a truck or like an independent stand. I really worry that permitting will be challenging. I want staff to have everything they need to detail what's a good material, figure out what's safe and not safe. Those are material safety. Things sticking out in the lane, sticking out on the sidewalk, not the safety car hits it thing. And I do like that the transition period for the existing features is 6 months, 3 to 6 months. I think that works great. And with that, is that the kind of feedback you need? Do you have any questions on the feedback? Or do you want any more? So with that head nod, I want to thank staff for all the work that goes into this. I know it's tricky doing this much public involvement and competing interest, if you will. And I'd like to invite Councilmember Barnacle to have a comment here.
Yeah, one final thought. As we head into the rainy season, if the parklets on Water Street are not going to be used and they're just like going to be walled up and used for storage, I think that they should be removed at that point.
Thank you. I concur with non-utilization should be a big factor, and I concur with Councilman Healy that 5 days is kind of our minimum level. You shouldn't have a parklet if you aren't there 5 days.
But it can be public use, right? I think
if a business has it, the business should have activity 5 days.
Okay. I don't know that I agree with that, but something for us to consider.
Councilman Cater-Thompson.
I'll comment on that because, that's when you can utilize it, for public space. So you can actually utilize it for both. So we just need to look a little bit broader because, the one I really dislike is on Petaluma Boulevard, the one at Della Fattoria.
Yeah,
it's just ugly. It's not used. And I will say, sometimes I question, is the boulevard the right place, to put multiple parklets? It's different than other 4th and Kentucky Street and Foundry Wharf and other areas. So I think safety is something we really need to look at also.
I'm okay with in the middle of winter, the Water Street, if we pick up the Water Street ones and don't have them, they're not going to be for public use in the middle of winter much to anyways. And so, good. Hey, great discussion. Thank you very much. That closes that item. Moves us to our last item of the evening, which is a resolution to approve the proposed project list for fiscal year 2024-25 by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. There'll be a little minute to switch teams at the podium here. And I'd like to invite Jet Stutzman, our Deputy Director of Operations, Public Works, and Utilities, to tell us where we're going tonight.
Thank you for having me. Let me just get the PowerPoint up and running. Is it? It's not showing. I was trying to get it to be the full thing, but.
Jeff, are you clicking presentation mode?
If you just hit that one, right?
I mean, I could run through it like this.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. Sorry about that. So tonight we have a presentation on SB1, a proposed project list. So I'll just run through some of our slides. So typically when we review the SB1 project list, we go through a high-level overview of our paving project, of our paving program, and we talk about the background and how we got to where we are. The Pavement Condition Index, also known as PCI, is a report card that we use for our roads. It is used to indicate the condition of our roadways pavement, 0 indicating a poor, failed road, and 100 being a brand new paved road. Each road has its own PCI, and the citywide PCI is an average of all those road segments combined. This is going to be fun. So in Petaluma, we have 177 centerline miles of road, which equates to 393 lane miles. This graph shown on the right shows a Petaluma PCI from 2021 to current. The dashed blue line represents the PCI for that current year, while the green line represents the average PCI for the past 3 years. Typically, when you see data, especially from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, which publishes this data every year, they use this 3-year average. The average is particularly important because it takes out the peaks and valleys in these graphs, and you see year to year, takes out the graphs from year to year, and it is a more consistent trend. And over the last 3 years, the infusion of Measure U for the funding of our streets significantly improved the pavement condition. With that funding, we've been able to push our year average from 45 to 52, a 7-point increase. And that graph really shows kind of that upward trajectory that we've had since the Measure U inception. So there are two types of pavement investment strategies that we talk about: preventative maintenance and rehabilitation. Preventative maintenance is a cost-effective approach to extend the life of our roads, help slow the rate of deterioration, and slurry sealing and crack sealing are probably the two common preventive maintenance techniques that we use in the city. Rehabilitation is repairing the existing pavement to reset the deterioration process by adding or replacing materials within that pavement section. So the curve to the right is a common pavement life cycle curve indicated by the black line, where over the life of the road in years deteriorates and the PCI declines from excellent condition to a poor condition. What makes this graph so powerful is that by using preventive maintenance techniques like slurry sealing, we can keep our good roads in good condition for a longer time with less investment. If we can compare these to the green dashed line, which represents a slurry seal, we can slurry seal our roads 3 times compared to the line that represents the rehabilitation. So by investing $12 per square yard, which would be equivalent to 3 slurry seals, we maintain the similar PCIs if we invested $200 for rehabilitation. So the important takeaway on this is that paving is doing the right treatment at the right time. So this is why PCI is such a critical factor in the type of street selection we do, the streets we select, and the treatment that the treatment that we do as well. So when we look at our current plan, we currently have Maria Drive in construction, Rainier Avenue and Howard Street in 2025, Caulfield Lane, St. Francis, and D Street in 2026, and Casa Grande and Webster in 27. We also have a yearly preventive maintenance program, which includes arterials, collectors, and residential roads. A primary factor in selecting those preventive maintenance is the PCI of those roads and the targeting the treatment with the roads with the ideal condition. Safety is also a huge factor that goes into the selection of those, as when we slurry, we restripe, and restriping allows us to re-envision striping to calm traffic and improve safety. To kind of show you where we've been and where we're going, we currently have completed 16 miles. We are completed or completing 16 miles of bikeway improvements. 6.4 miles have been completed with North McDowell, Garfield Drive, and Petaluma Boulevard South. And another 9.8 miles are coming with upcoming paving projects, traffic calming projects, as well as future quick build projects. And to kind of talk about some of the stuff we were talking about budget, the Safe Streets nomination launched in fall of 23, and we received over 659 nominations to date, which has been ranked based on collision history and proximity to parks and schools. The CIP budget for 24-25 is increasing from $423,000 to $873,000. This increase will allow us to obtain local grants to match a Safe Streets for All grant application that the city has submitted in conjunction with SCTA, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority. This application has been submitted to SCTA, although it's due August. The grant application was a quick build proposal that would include quick build projects citywide, trying to tackle a lot of those big corridors that are needed for traffic calming. The Safe Streets for All application does require a 20% match. So this $423,000 would make a substantial approach to being able to leverage that money and being able to get upwards of $2 million on the Safe Streets for All application. And finally, kind of what gets us here tonight is tonight's resolution is to approve the project list for fiscal year 24-25 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. In an effort to promote accountability and transparency, cities must submit a proposed project list adopted by their council and submitted to the California Transportation Committee, the CTC, by July 1st of each year. The proposed project list for next year includes Maria Drive, Howard Street, Rainier Avenue, and a pavement preservation project, which includes various streets. The estimated funds for next fiscal year that would come from SB1 is approximately $1.5 million. And that is the quick overview of kind of our update to our paving and the SB1 list. And I bring it back to the council for any questions, comments, and we also have Bjorn on the line as well if there's additional questions too.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I have a question. First of all, I'm really glad that Rainier is going to be completed. People have warmed up to it and recognize the value because of its safety, but we're also going to get the purple pipe down past McDowell. Is Caulfield going to be on this list someday? What's the process or what's...
Caulfield is set for 2026. It is a grant funded project, okay. So we are getting funds to that, and that will be Caulfield from Payran to Eli.
Can you roll that slide back again so we can all see what's in this?
Yep. Now I get the PowerPoint right. Kind of a day late and a dollar short, but we got it, I guess.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
How about Washington Street on the west side of the overcrossing? I mean, it is really in poor shape, and I realize that's Caltrans, but when's Caltrans going to come to the table?
We just got the plans for the consultant last week, so we hope to submit for the Caltrans approachment permit hopefully next week if all goes well. And the plan is to do that as a change order to the Maria project. So it will be done this year, just kind of contingent on.
And is it just that one section?
Right now, just that section from where the concrete ends through the intersection.
Fantastic. People will be very happy to hear that. That's it. Oh, I do have a question on Rainier and Maria Drive. I had mentioned a possible looking at doing a roundabout because you're seeing, a lot of tire marks on the roads. And so why it's being done, could you look at that and see if it's a possibility to do something so that doesn't continue?
Yeah, no, we are currently looking at a roundabout. It's just a matter of trying to fit a roundabout in that intersection. I think my biggest concern is curb ramps and trying to be able to get pedestrians safely across the road with a roundabout. It's just kind of hard to fit a roundabout design into an existing scenario, but it would help with a lot of the issues we have on Rainier. Obviously, the multi-lane, the truck traffic that shouldn't be there. So it could be a good fit.
And I know that I asked this multiple times, but I do it because I want you to make sure you hear. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Thanks. All these streets make sense. The one that I don't see on here is Western.
And we are working on that. These were the ones that we're currently have in the works. So as we know that one's out there, we're going to start looking at that as we start to build out that 5-year plan. But it is on the list to look at.
Great, thanks.
I happen to notice that sometimes you refer to fiscal year, sometimes you refer to year. Is there a distinction in your mind?
It's hard with construction. So for me personally, I try to use construction years of when it's going to be
calendar year.
Yeah, when it's going to be constructed, because half the time you get projects that are built, start work in April, which is part, and then ends in late. So you cover it, and sometimes it's confusing.
So we can assume these to be calendar.
Correct.
That'd be great. Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, on the you have a color chart of the quality of the roads. And maybe just leave it with this one here. And just as two questions sort of like related here. Do we have a map of the city roads by these colors so that we can particularly look at the comparison of road quality versus maybe the economics of each, so that we make sure we're serving our folks that have been disadvantaged? So do we have a map like that we could actually analyze?
Yes. So as part of MTC's, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, they are the ones who do the PCI kind of audit. So they come every 2 years and revisit, check the streets, and come up with the new numbers and go through the process that puts all that into Street Saver. So we have all that data. So when we look at, say, a PCI map of the city, it's going to show, it may not be exactly those colors, but it'll show green being like a road between, say, 100 and 80. It'll show roads that are failed, that are maybe a different number in a different color. So we can provide that map that shows the colors of the streets as it relates to PCI.
Being on the east side and essentially like San Fernando layout, mostly residential. So we have all these residential roads now that are different ages, some that were built in the 70s all the way through the 90s, even to 2010s for the new areas. So when I walk around or anything, talk to folks, it's always about my street. When are you going to do my street? So is there, with that map that was there as far as showing the quality of each of the residential roads, so who might be getting serviced first, and make sure we're taking care of the folks that have maybe disadvantaged, higher priority. And then the second part of that, if a neighborhood, like off of Maria Drive, there's a couple of roads that are actually all cracked up and breaking up. They said, well, if there was a way that neighborhood could form as a unit and say, oh, okay, just like we apply to the state for, okay, we've put in 10% of the money, you give us 90% of the money, then we do some work. Could a population on a residential street say, we'll come up with 10% of the money ourselves, we're applying for a grant from you to do our street next, can you do ours next, please? Could a neighborhood go do that?
Eric?
I don't think so.
Good, that definitely.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last bit for me, Councilman Richards?
Okay, just like the city applies for grants and say, we're going to put up 10 or 20% of the monies and go get a grant from the state, could a residential street, get together and say, we'll come up with 10 or 20% of this money and we'll charge ourselves just like we do with the LADs, and then please do our street next and apply for a grant to the city to put their street up and saying, we're willing to pay for it if you guys do it.
So there's a number of complications that raises. It would depend on the street in part. What I want to contrast in that idea with, say, landscape and lighting assessment districts is those are what are the districts are what are called special benefit districts, meaning that they self-assess to pay the cost of public improvements that benefit their property sort of specially and uniquely, and as opposed to others in the city. And even with respect to those districts, under Prop 218, they need to be structured so that those within the district that get greater benefit pay more of the cost, et cetera. So that approach is not appropriate for general infrastructure that's used by many residents throughout the city and doesn't have property-specific benefits. And I mean,
Well, just leaving it instead of the LAD type structure, just think of asking for a grant. I was coming up with a percentage of monies to ask for our street to get done.
I'd say a parallel to the underground utility districts more.
Yeah.
Where in underground utility, if you have a special benefit, you want the power down on your street, you can form a local district and you can do that thing. You don't get granting because it doesn't have public priority, doesn't have public benefit. So that in an engineer's report on that would say this value is low for city monies. And city monies are any grant monies from outside of the city is city monies, not direct to a singular street. So and then that doesn't even begin to get into the political equity kind of discussion. People who have money get to the front of the line. I think you're moving to a real toxic level here. So
yeah. I just asked because I've been asked, so I just thought I'd just find out for sure.
And clearly that energy isn't, the vice mayor is not putting forward that energy, but it could lend itself to concerns like that. And also just the very nature of the analysis that Jeff talked about of making sure we don't let the recently improved streets become the near future bad streets that are going to require a huge outlay again by keeping them maintained. That shows the criticalness of timing of this, and that the city transparently and accountably to the public, but control the timing of the overall program. And if private funding is able to skip ahead, that creates that potential problem too. So I think there's a number of issues there. Maybe there's some kind of fundraising component that could have, but another question I would put out there to be considered, and this is something that the mayor frequently raises, is just the bandwidth as a whole for delivering the CIP projects. It's already strained, even with all the added staff positions we have. Even recognizing that we're not self-performing the work, we're contracting for it, but we still have to manage those contracts, and it takes a lot of work to do effectively and ensure that we don't have cost overruns that diminish our ability to deliver the sum of projects we want to. So those are there's a number of factors that question implicates.
Right, there's, because I know my relatives live maybe out in the country that have the private roads, because there's a group of folks that have a private road and they have to maintain it themselves and take care of it themselves, put all the money together themselves.
Yes.
So they can do that out in the country in some places. Is it possible to do that here in the city? That's just a question that was raised up. I just thought I'd just get the answer.
Yes, it's possible, but
I think he was rhetorical on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think that was a question.
No, that wasn't a question.
But I'll just quickly raise, I know it's late and we're all time, but we have had and still do have problems in the city resulting from public improvements that are privately funded and were to be privately maintained, because that has to be secured adequately. And when they fail, or when there's some transactional flaw or something like we've had in some of the past ones, not that we do those in the present, it's a problem. It's a problem maintaining those facilities. It's a problem of cost impacts. It can be safety problems, et cetera. So that is really a model. That's really something that Petaluma relied on pre-Measure U, when it didn't have the same full-service city commitment and resources that it has now. There are a lot of problems that can come from privately funded public facilities.
I just want to know I can tell my neighbors not to go there.
Any other questions? Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Jeff, for your report and the definition of where our streets are and when we're going to see them fixed. My concern is there are some streets, like in my district, that are down to loose gravel in front of schools, which are also bike routes, and you can only patch them so many times before they're just disintegrating. And St. Francis cannot wait for 2026. It's loose gravel right in front of the school. And it goes from McDowell all the way down past Caulfield, St. Francis, it's Alligator. It's just going to continue disintegrating. It cannot do another winter and be safe for students. And that's my biggest concern in my district. Downtown, I have big concerns. If we want people to walk from a long distance because there's no parking downtown to the downtown, the Kentucky Street, Keller Street, those streets are all Alligator. They're all chipping away on the edges, and it's not safe. Someone's going to break an ankle, and it's going to come back to the city. So I'm really concerned about some of these that are not on the list, and some of them that are on the list for 2026 in front of a school.
Okay. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So to follow on Councilmember Now's comments, I share her concerns about the section of St. Francis in front of Miwok Elementary. It's beyond bad. And I was wondering if staff could tell us what the PCI index for that road segment is, please.
I don't know the PCI exactly off the top of my head. It's something I could look up and get to you tomorrow for sure.
Well, I'd like to have that information before we vote on this. And my related question is, what are the PCI indexes for the 5 road segments that are specifically called out in Exhibit A? If staff can provide that information tonight, I think we should continue this item, because I think Councilmember Now raises a very valid point.
Does that sound like something you can pull out of your hat right now?
I don't. Yes.
While you're fishing for that, I'll make one other comment that I love the GIS tool. You can put in an algorithm for all of the things the staff has looked for and color code all your mapping. According to that, PCI is one important color coding mapping, but that's not what I would show the public. I would show the public that, and also whatever the matrix is that you decide, the algorithm is, you decide priority paving. So school proximity should factor in. And so there's other factors that staff takes into account to create the priority on it. And we can ask for that color coding map. And that's the priority. While PCI can be dramatic, and you can have a 0 on a cul-de-sac, a 0 on a thoroughfare would be more impactful. So having the algorithm include car count traffic count, that kind of thing, the zeros would separate, and one would be a higher ranked zero than the other for repair. Not that I want to see another map with color coding, because it gets blurring at some point. But I think Jeff will give you a minute for that, and we'll go to public comment while you're there. And
sorry, Mayor, excuse me, if I may, on Zoom here.
Please. Go ahead.
Bjorn Wiegenberg, transportation planner on Zoom. Just to add to that, around the timing of these projects, a major driver for us to try to maximize our funding for these paving projects is that coordination piece with upcoming utility projects. So to your point, it's not just about PCI. Of course, PCI is a primary factor that's taken into consideration, but when it comes to the actual timing of the paving projects, a lot of times we're looking for those opportunities to pair these with upcoming utility projects and closely coordinating with our water and sewer projects, because those are able to deliver additional funds to these projects. In the case of St. Francis, I can tell you that the opportunity there comes through we have an upcoming water services replacement project on St. Francis that was included in the proposed budget. And so that was the major driver for the timing of that work.
What is the timing of that work?
I believe they have the water services showing in fiscal year ending 26. And so that's where we're showing the paving project in 2026. It's the water services for that CIP project covers really that much of that neighborhood. So
but
I'm not sure
excuse me, I'm looking at Exhibit A, which contains pavement restoration projects for FY 25-26, and St. Francis is not there.
That may have been an oversight. I'm not sure, Jeff, if you have.
Is it a question of funding source? Are they one funded from SB1 and the other funded from?
Which one are we talking about? St. Francis? I think it'll just be an oversight on my part. We'll go back and look at what St. Francis is. We were, to Bjorn's point, trying to match up utility projects with projects, as kind of was somewhat insinuated about project selection. One of the big things that we are working on is a prioritization of these projects, trying to get them prioritized. I mean, you've all mentioned it, like, why not this street? And it's very hard to choose that street over any other street because they're all very similar and they all have a lot of people who have needs and wants. So as we are moving forward, we are trying to create some standard prioritization. Some of the things we're looking at is safety, a number of accidents, the high injury network, the location, if it's close to a park, close to a school, how does it rate on the traffic calming, how many complaints have we gotten? Another one is utilities, looking at utility projects, water services, water main, sewer, somewhat like Howard, where we have all three, which makes a very good project because it is primarily funded by utilities, but then we could focus kind of our street efforts on those complete streets bills like curb ramps, sidewalks, and all that. And then obviously there's kind of we call it geographic equity of looking at kind of that split to try to get a balanced look at the city whole wide. So more to come on that, but that's the future we're trying to get into, is to have more of a standardized approach that we look at these, and very similar to PCI, we get a rating.
Can I clarify? So are staff saying that you might want to add St. Francis to this before it gets submitted to the state?
St. Francis has been started in design. It is nowhere near being construction ready. So we would need to, right now the focus has been Howard, getting Maria done. So we need to ramp up St. Francis.
My question was about FY 25-26 because Exhibit A covers 2 years.
We can't add it to the list. This list for SB1 allows for definitely modification. I do typically put in that 25-26 as just kind of a mention. It is not required by the SB1 requirements.
If we can do that tonight, I think that would be great.
Okay.
And is that a thing you can do tonight? Is that
Yeah.
Are we making an agreement here? Just trying to capture the difference between question and commitment here.
Yeah, we can, if that's something that we want to move forward.
Do we have that kind of flexibility, I think is what I'm asking.
Can I add something, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Bjorn, you were at the meeting where we talked about the safe streets at Miwok School, and it was a possibility of possibly making it one of those greenway streets to make it even safer. How
Yeah.
So, would that work
that's
in the process?
So that's the approach that our team is taking in accordance with our complete streets policy and a resolution that City Council adopted years ago. With every paving project, we're looking at maximizing those opportunities to improve, to calm traffic and improve safety and accessibility for all road users. To your point earlier, St. Francis is it's a planned bike route for the city, and it has really great potential, as many people called out at that Safe Routes to School task force meeting and in our walk audit. It's kind of the East Petaluma's version of or has the potential to be East Petaluma's version of what we're doing on 5th Street, right? With taking advantage of the fact that this is a nice, calm, lower traffic street that runs parallel to South McDowell, and so there is a really exciting opportunity there to give it those enhancements to further calm traffic and really define it as a major as a great corridor for people walking and biking, and that's the opportunity that's presented really with paving projects.
Yeah, you can even take St. Francis from McDowell parallel all the way down to the pedestrian overpassing that goes to Target over the freeway.
Yeah.
So
and I think
that is a wonderful opportunity on the east side to have a bike route that's paved immediately.
And hopefully, you all are seeing in City Council, we're really making a concerted effort with these paving projects to do a lot of upfront community engagement so that we really understand what the community wants to see out of these paving projects. And, we're not just putting the streets back as they are. We're really trying to invest that time in the planning and design stage to make sure that we're capitalizing on these opportunities. And, so that was our recent workshop with you on Howard Street was indicative of that new approach we're taking with really thoughtful upfront planning before we get too far along in the design.
Okay, so let me push this to the public for public comment, and then we'll bring it back up to council one more time. And so, Madam Clerk, will you take over from this point?
Yes. We have not received any online public comments. But members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker card to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
We have one card, so step right up, Wayne Ekstrom.
Good evening, Council. I'll try to make this short. I've heard a lot of stuff about road repairs and stuff, and it has been important. Since like 2004, I've heard that we've had probably the worst streets, probably in California. It's getting better as we go. My concern is that, with these new projects that we're going through, I haven't heard any information as far as truck travel. It used to be from Petaluma South across D Street, used to be our truck transit route for the city, which would deliver all the goods. With all this new construction, you're going to have a lot more of these heavy-duty trucks, and it seems like we're going to be in a perpetual state of construction. And what are we doing as far as where our truck routes are going to be routed through the city to as far as, are they going to be a thicker substrate for the heavier trucks? Because the trucks are getting a lot larger and you're carrying more materials through the city. So I was just hoping that as you guys are redeveloping in the city, at least you keep in mind that we do need to have our truck routes that aren't going through our residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our only speaker for tonight, and that closes public speaking for tonight. I will say, Wayne, not exactly on what we're trying to sort, so it's probably not going to get an answer tonight, but I'm sure it's part of what we factor in for all of our road design issues. And bringing it back to council, Councilman Cater Thompson.
Well, I just want to comment about the truck. Through the general plan, we're looking at the truck routes. And I do believe that when major arterial roads are done, that they are done differently than within the neighborhoods. So is that correct? I don't have an answer. Is that, do you look at the arterials differently than you do neighborhood streets as far as the thickness of the product?
Yeah,
How it's
so
packed down?
Not to get into kind of technical terms, but when you talk about road design, pavement design, you talk about the traffic index. So that's the number of vehicles that are on the road, what size trucks. Typically, I'd say a couple of years ago, it was really dictated by the number of large trucks. So if you have a lot of semis, that's going to be your largest loading point, what you design for. What we're starting to see now is electric buses are the ones that really dictate roads, because they are obviously a smaller frame, less wheels, but just as heavy as a semi. So that's kind of what you design for. And I think, as you guys see, we're doing a lot more full depth reclamation. So we're creating a solid base and building up from that, trying to design for a 20-year life with those trucks in mind. So kind of future building it for the most part.
And then just going off St. Francis, and then, like to the Target overcrossing, is McGregor, I think it is, when Maria Drive stops and you go across McDowell. Is that on a plan to be done? Because it would be really nice to kind of tie that into St. Francis going to the Target overcrossing.
It's something that we'll look at when we start looking into, we are looking, I don't say we're going to start, we are looking into building that 5-year plan, and we hope to bring that complete plan to you guys soon as we work. I know Bjorn's been working on improvements on that stretch, looking at as we build out Maria, the potential for like a class 4 bike lane that could connect, because obviously that is a important connector from even like Safeway down to the overcrossing across the freeway. So it does rank well in that sense of being a very active transportation route.
Yeah, that's going to be great, connecting St. Francis, so everything is interconnecting. I like that very much.
Vice Mayor Shribs?
Yeah, I would go ahead and support staff. You've done a huge amount of work and research, and you've got all the numbers there with the priorities, and you have your analogs to work on that. So I'm going to trust you guys to set the priorities as what streets need to be done first. St. Francis is on the list. If we start, as council members, start nominating our streets that we want done pushed up, there's plenty more I would push up also. There's other things. We're about to spend $4 million to buy Bounty Farm, and that road is completely dirt. So why don't we nominate that or other streets? So I would trust the staff to come up with the best priorities, and we'll just go with that.
Thank you very much. Councilman Healy?
So I think staff has actually offered to add St. Francis to Exhibit A for FY 25-26. So that would be my motion to approve this with that one modification.
Okay, is staff in agreement that that's a competent thing?
And
so
I can also share this PCIs if you're interested. I will just say, the way that PCIs are measured is unique because it's not a whole street segment. So if we have one segment, it could be broken up into multiple segments as they look at it. So for St. Francis, it ranged, obviously a long stretch, but we're looking like PCI 15, 28 to 40. So over that stretch, obviously. And at some point, as you get down below 20, you're starting to really pull hairs on it.
Are we, we're running into the evening here. Do you need the PCIs, or are you content with the motion as is?
I think the fact that staff is willing to accommodate this, we're good to go.
Okay. And do we have a second?
I'll second that. I'm very happy.
Wonderful. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And with that, thank you very much for staying to bat last tonight and great presentation. We are adjourned. Thank you.